Shalom, shalom, shalom. All praise to the Most High Yah. Giving all thanks and praise to the Most High Yah for waking me up, waking us up to realize we the true Israelites of the Bible, and for the Messiah for dying for Israel, the Negroes that scattered to the four corners of the earth in the transatlantic slave trade, in the Arab slave trade, the Babylonian slave, and the Greeks and Romans. Shalom, shalom. Let's get it in. The downfall of the men of Judah, open panel. Oh man, it was some good stuff last night. I wasn't on, but I listened to it. Um, and those men, yes, we have to take the blame. We messed up. We dropped the ball. We fumbled the ball. But now it's time for us to catch the ball, pick it up, and let's get it started. Shalom.
Indeed, all praise to the Most High. Shalom to everybody in the chat. Um, Definitely a real good discussion last night dealing with that. And every once in a while, like I said, I like to deal with that issue because that's still an issue that the brothers deal with, in a lot of different ways. And so just to be able to talk about that, bring some of those things out, share some testimonies is hopefully edifying to many of our other brothers because, like I said, it's one of those things that we deal with. It's not really addressed. We condemn it and we talk about the end result of it and that kind of thing. And we point out the judgment for it, but we don't never deal with it in a redemptive manner. Talking about it, understanding where it comes from, and realizing that there is a remedy for it is the most important thing. And so that's why I like to bring these things out. Shalom once again to everybody. Let's do it, bro.
Earlier was talking today. So I was thinking, do I have a testimony? Man, I have a really big testimony. I'm gonna wait for I bring it out. Yes, everybody, don't worry about it. Here it is, and this is a testimony of confession, and it's something that happened a long time ago. And it's almost like when you're digging in your old stuff that you had, and you find something that you never opened up and read. That happened to me 2 weeks ago. So so that goes along with this right here. I think it's gonna be pretty good. I think it's gonna be pretty good. Might help somebody too.
Yeah, testimonies are definitely useful. And even in a basic sense, man, a lot of people when they hear testimonies, they get a chance to hear things in real time and they can relate to it. And there are a lot of scriptures that bring out these things, and the scriptures sort of bring out the true understanding of what we're dealing with. And if we are repentant, like a lot of us are, we come across these things after the fact, and even when we read about these examples, we reading about our forefathers who done these things. They dealt with the punishments, the judgments, they repented, and then after the fact, the Most High revealed things to them, the deeper meaning of what they did. And a lot of us go through that in our lives, divine revelation or understanding after having to go through something. And so that's one of the reasons why I think this is important too. What's going on, brother Josiah?
What's going on, E? What's going on Kadar? Shalom and blessing to the chat. All praise to the Most High and to the 12 tribes, the Negroes with the scattered abroad. Shalom. The downfall of the men of Judah was very good last night. It cut me. I was one of those dudes that Brother E was talking about, even though he didn't know that he was talking about me. I'm not afraid to admit none of that stuff, but everything is the man's fault because I'm guilty. So that means a lot of brothers are guilty from a lot of stuff. Drunkenness, lust, all that. We all fall into them categories. And I got a lot to share too about this. So shalom.
Yeah, most definitely, man. Yeah, this is the thing. See, we take the cut and we deal off of it. We don't get mad. We don't, you know, leave the channel. We don't, you know, when we wrong, we wrong. And when you look at relationships, I think sometimes it happens like that. I can't speak for everybody, but when I know for me, when I'm wrong, I'm wrong. And I think that whenever when he was talking last night, bring out the stuff that men do, how that lust can, especially if you mix it with drinking, you get a little tipsy, and you might do something that you want you where you might do something that your lust within inside of you because you more freely to do it when you get a little alcohol in you too. So I definitely agree that that could be a problem. That is a problem within the men of Israel. Um, also, when we're looking at how do we drop the ball as men? Now I'm looking at myself. I was so in my first marriage, the lady I was married to, I was, matter of fact, even he brought this out last night. I was so captivated on her beauty, and what she looked like, real pretty, thick, but what about her attitude? How she treated me? It's like we dated for 3 years. Now, how in the world I missed that? So when you get so gazed into the beauty of a woman, you you can easily not think about everything else, and that's what happened to me. I'm thinking, how did I, marry a woman that was mean to me, disrespectful, and all this? But I did, and at the time I was weak. I would say I was more of a simp then. Yes, I was. I was younger, I'm so gaze on how she looked, blah blah this and that. And to make a long story short, she made me so bitter because the way she act that I used to pray that Genuine would come and take her away. Genuine, Usher, or somebody, please. I used to just, and make a long story short, we used to argue a lot, and she would say, "We might as well get a divorce." I said, "Will you stop saying that? Because when I say it, I'm gonna mean it." And actually, it took about six years of that, and I said it, and I left her, and I was in Christian. Actually, at the time, I was a pastor upcoming, one of the young pastors, and how they look at you. You get in this big church. I was up for all of that, and I left all of it. And so, I after I left, I'll be honest, I felt really good about it. You know, now I look about it, I look back on it. I was wrong, but I was wrong in the way of raising up in Christianity. The reason I say that because if I was, know the truth like I know now, I would stand on my 2 feet. I'd have been a man. I wouldn't have been a simp. I wouldn't have been looking for a way out. I've been looking for a way to correct her and correct me. That's why I would have did different. And so, a couple of weeks ago, I was looking through some old stuff, papers and stuff, and I found this letter. It was like, it was her written to me. I never read it before. Because once I left, I didn't want to read no letters. I didn't want no phone call. I didn't want nothing. So I opened up the letter and I read it, and I was like, oh man. If I would have read that letter, I probably would still be with her to this day because she confessed everything in that letter. But I never opened it and read it. Of course, I don't want to be with her now. And I told my friend Kamisha about it, and she was like, oh, I said, but I guess it wasn't in the, it wasn't in the plan for that. But that's something I never opened up that letter until a couple of weeks ago. And if I would have read that letter, yes, I would have went back to her. But I just look at that I fumbled the ball there, even though She might have been all these things that I'm saying, but I shouldn't have been a simp. If I would have stood up, she would have straightened out.
Go ahead, Josiah. You had anything you want to say? That's you know, it's funny you mentioned that, the simp part, because when it comes to us, man, a lot of times that's how we raise. If you grew up in the 80s, 90s era, then you got a certain demeanor when it comes to women, you know, and most of us was taught to just take whatever, come with it, be a man and take it. And the generation of dudes now don't really have that mindset. But I think when you talk about lust, man, a lot of people start having sex early, and unfortunately, most people have already been active with other people prior to them getting married. Like by the time you get with the person you want to marry or whatever, you've already been with other people. And so we don't really consider the effects of that and how that affects things moving forward. You know what I mean? Uh, when you start doing that kind of stuff early, especially as a young man, and I can relate to this, it causes you to leak out your virtue. And we read yesterday where it talks about a man who's in fornication is not aware when he suffers loss. Right. And I'll share some later on with that, but I'm gonna pass it to Josiah if you got any thoughts and things you want to share.
I just want to talk about a time when I was in high school, and we all grown. I slept with a woman and took her her flower. I took her virginity, and I seen the way that she acted towards me. She was very glued to me. On what we called it back in the day was sprung, and I didn't know what that was at the time. I thought that if when girls they don't like you, they like you. You know what I'm saying? But she was all up on me and stuff like that. I didn't understand it. So now that I'm older, I can look back and see that, wait a minute, I actually turned her to be a whore because she was all up on me in high school, and I was denying her. After I got what I wanted, and I left her. So I left her, but she was still up on me to the point till I ended up sleeping with another guy. So I caused her to be a whore by leaving her because I didn't know what to do. I was young, dumb, and full of what? Come on, man. So a lot of men is guilty for turning women into whores, and we ain't gonna admit that. We was young and we ain't know no knowledge, and just because we didn't know doesn't mean that we're not guilty. So when I look at my life today, I'm like, man, I want a woman that's never been touched before, and I had that. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. I mean, how old? I mean, y'all were young though, right?
Yeah, but still, I still felt the guiltiness. You know what I'm saying? And I left. I dropped out of high school, so she was sprung all the way through high school. When she got to college, that's when she decided to do something. But I can see that she waited for me. She didn't know what I'm saying. I understand when you take a girl's virginity and stuff like that, she'll be sprung to you. She's actually your woman now that I know better. So I didn't understand that as a kid. So we got to think about all the women that we slept with, took their virginity and stuff like that, and left them. So we be complaining about the women that we see today, but ain't we guilty of leaving these women?
Most definitely, because we didn't have that type of training. Matter of fact, I was talking to my friend today, and we was talking about what if we was raised up according to the scriptures, if you have sex with that woman, that's your wife, that's your husband, you would see a totally different people if we was raised that way. We was told, don't have sex till you get married. We weren't told that sex consecrates a marriage. If we was told that, it would be totally different. Now you ain't got no excuses. You see what I'm saying? You'll be
Yeah.
very careful who you have sex with.
Yeah. And it's funny you mentioned that. I said that myself. What good is a piece of paper when you get with this person? It's like nobody is pure coming to the table, and you look at all the divorces and separations, and it's people who leave their spouses, because of sex. That's a reason. Money, finances, and that kind of stuff. And so yeah, it's funny, man. I wanted to pull up the passage real quick. This says,
Y'all talk to D?
no, I haven't talked to him today. I emailed him though.
Your call has been forwarded to an automated voice messaging system. 3096.
It says, therefore, my children, I say unto you, observe all things whatsoever I command you, and ye shall not sin. For a pit unto the soul is the sin of fornication, separating it from Elohim and bringing it near to idols, because it deceiveth the mind and understanding, and leadeth down young men into Sheol before their time. Many hath fornication destroyed, because though a man be old or noble or rich or poor, he bringeth reproach upon himself with the sons of men, and derision with Beliar. So this passage basically saying that when it comes to fornication, it says a pit unto the soul is the sin of fornication. And, in the Bible, it tells us to flee fornication. I don't think when you look at, we talking about how we're raised and how we was brought up. Kadar brought up that good example. If we was raised and brought up a certain type of way and taught the understanding, then, things would be different. And I agree with that 100%, because of course we see that society, everything is overly sexualized, and so with that in mind, we see what the records is saying about fornication. But when it comes to sex and fornication in society, we're not taught this understanding of it. We're taught more so a protective measure, protect yourself if you're going to do it. Back when I was coming up, they used to tell you to if you have to, wear two condoms. That's what we're brought up in, more of a tolerant and acceptance, and guard yourself against any physical harms or anything, children, babies, or whatever. This is how you do it, as opposed to understanding what Brother Josiah was saying. When you connect with somebody, you're actually connecting with them. There's more of a deeper physical, spiritual connection, and even scientifically, they've proven that. This is information that we didn't learn, but what y'all think about what this passage is saying?
I think they hit it right on the nail. It says, for many, fornication have destroyed many. I mean, think about it. What do every man, what do he do things for? It's actually for women, right? We work, we show off. Everything is for women. And for what reason? We want one thing out of a woman. Just be honest. Most of our brothers want one thing from a woman, and we just got to be honest. Especially in today's age, we just want one thing. And once we get it, and what happened to us? You either catch something or get catch with something. Because I know a lot of people that died because they slept with another man's wife. I know people that brag about it. They make music about it. About, man, I'll take your. Come on, man. We glorify this stuff in music. What's his name? Somebody just took I think, who was that? I think Blueface. What's that dude name? Somebody just took somebody's girl and bought something for her. Was that Casanat? What's his name?
I'm not really sure.
He broke up with his girl because of another dude bought his girl a gift or something like that for her birthday. So people, yeah, fornication, we fight over this. Men fight over fornication.
Yep. I mean, it's many ways that fornication can have things, messed up, between brothers, you know what I'm saying? If you got a group of brothers or let me just say a group of young men, and they all rolling together, hanging together, and some of y'all may have seen this or been through this. As soon as a female come in the mix, it's like that brings a whole nother element. They bring a whole nother element out of the men. And men don't realize that, well, I'm gonna just say for now, men don't realize what's really happening in that situation. But a lot of dudes play into that because of that one thing, like you said. And that's one of our downfall. But what you think, Kadar?
Yeah, look at this scripture. Look what it says. For many have fornication destroyed because through a man, be old and noble, or rich or poor, he brings reproach upon himself with the sons of men. I can't. Is that derision?
Yeah, derision.
Check this out. Now, when we look at King David, right? Because I started just talking about it not too long ago, right? Look what he did. That's a prime example of fornication. If you want to look at it as adultery, but look what happened behind that. Look all the terrible things he had to go through. He had to put the man on the front line, killed him, and then he fell down on his face after when Nathan came to him talking about that man, telling him that man is you. He didn't know who he was talking about. He fell down on his face. He asked for forgiveness. Saying, "You're talking about where that man at? Let's kill him. That man is you.
Let's kill that man." Talk about you,
Nick.
Talk about your
He
ass.
didn't even know this is how bad. Now this is crazy, but this is how bad lust is. That lust was so strong, he didn't even know that the parable was talking about him. Can y'all? I mean, this is crazy. That right there is so true. That lust is so strong that he didn't even know that the parable was talking about him. And so when Nathan said, he's talking about you, and he fell on his face, asked for forgiveness. Most High forgave him, but guess what? He had to pay for that. Look what happened during a time of his life with his kids, and he knew why it happened. He knew why. And so that scripture alone brings so much truth. For many have fornication. For many have fornication destroyed, became through a man, be old and normal, that rich or poor, it doesn't matter. Because 9 times out of 10, somebody gonna get hurt behind it. And when you look at the story of King David, I think that's a prime example of this right here.
It says, though a man, let me see. It says, for many have fornication destroyed, because though a man be old or noble, or rich or poor, he bringeth reproach upon himself with the sons of men and derision with Beliar. Beliar in this case represents the evil spirit, you know, derision, confusion, you know, reproach with the sons of men, you know, like look at how people talk about you. You know what I mean? They talk about how you fell off, and I got a prime example of this in the Cobra, where it talks about how if a man end up with a certain type of woman, how the men basically, in so many words, the men in the community will hiss at him and talk down on him, you know, and he'll be embarrassed about it. That's what fornication does, you know. I think sexuality has to be put in perspective. You know what I mean? It's been so perverted, you know, and like you said, it's just the way we've been brought up, you know. It just got to be put in perspective, I think. It's a lot we don't understand about it physically, spiritually, you know what I mean? And a lot of us try to move on and move forward without fully repenting of the past and our mistakes and our downfalls. And that's why, you know, as a man, we have to admit some things are our fault, in spite of what we go through, in spite of how we might feel like, you know, this or that. We have to slow down and just realize, okay, what was my doing in this? You know, I used to have a bitterness until I prayed about it and understood that, hey, man, it's really on me, because an alligator gonna do what an alligator gonna do. You understand? A reptile gonna do what a reptile gonna do, no matter how much you try to love it. You know what I'm saying? You have to understand the type of people you're dealing with, and you can't let your lust cause you to bypass, you know, things that you need to be considering when you're dealing with people, because it is what it is at the end of the day. And so that's on me for choosing this option, or choosing to do this rather than doing something different. Investing my love and energy into somebody or something that I'm not even supposed to be doing that in the first place. So I got my heart broken, which is what was necessary. You know, we need to have our hearts broken. What's going on, Turbo?
Shalom to the brothers and sisters on the panel, chat, and shalom to the brothers on the panel. How y'all doing tonight?
Doing good, bro. Praise y'all. Yep. What's your thoughts, man? You got any ignorant thoughts?
Not right now, not at the moment.
The downfall of the men of Judah. You know, what would you say about that? What's the main downfall of the men of Judah?
I would say money and, well, white women.
You looking at
I'm
you're looking at the thumbnail.
no,
No mess.
it's kind of, think about it. It's pretty much obvious when you look at the brothers in today's society. When you see online, a lot of brothers would prefer who? More than likely, they would prefer a white girl over anybody else. That would be my answer.
You know, even with that, man, with the the white girls and the Mexican. Like I said, that's all sort of it's sort of structured in a way. Is made that way because I don't really see where it's any more or less different, dating outside your race, because you look at I was looking at this thing the other day, and this black dude was in paternity court with his wife, and it was a Mexican girl, trying to see if the baby is his and all of that. And what that tells me is that this Mexican girl has been with other black men, So it's really it's no different if you want to talk about what you're missing from a black woman. I think Kadar hit it on the nail when he said that, as men, we just gotta, step it up and just let it fall, let it fall where it fall,
Hey, Brother E, can I read two scriptures real quick?
Sure. Bring it out.
Okay. Genesis 3:17. But I'm gonna start at but I'm gonna go to 2nd Ezra 7 first. 7:48. Read that first. And see, what did Adam do? Because all of us fall right after him. All the men fall just like Adam. We ain't no different than our father Adam. We all in the flesh.
Second Ezra is what?
7:48.
Yeah.
Chapter 7:48.
Yeah.
I think you had 8.
Go ahead.
It says, "O Adam, what hast thou done? For though it was thou that sinned, thou art fallen, thou art not fallen alone, but we all that come of thee." So Adam didn't fall alone, but everybody that come from him. But how did Adam fall? Let's go to Genesis 3:17. And unto Adam he said, because thou hast hearkened unto the voice of thy wife, and hast eaten of the tree of which I commanded thee, saying, thou shalt not eat of it. Cursed is the ground for thy sake, and sorrow thou shalt eat of it, and all the days of thy life. That's what Adam did, hearken to the voice of his wife over the commandments. So we can't go with our flesh, which is our wife, over what the Most High already established.
That's interesting. I want to pull that. Where was we at, Reuben? I want to pull that back up. You say we can't go with our wives, right? It say, for a pit unto the soul is a sin of fornication, separating it from Elohim and bringing it near unto idols. I thought this was sort of profound. Basically, fornication, I guess in essence, is saying fornication leads to idolatry.
It is idolatry. Because think about it. You choosing your flesh, what feels good, over the commandments. And what did he say? Rebellious is like what? That's the sin of what? Witchcraft, and stubbornness is the sin of what?
I got a rest for that.
It said disobedience is as witchcraft, and stubborn. How that scripture go?
Idolatry, something like that.
Yeah.
Stubbornness is idolatry, something like that. Yeah. So stubbornness is refusing to listen. So because thou hearken to the voice of thy wife and hast eaten, which I have commanded thee. So you chose your wife, which is your flesh, over what I've already commanded you. That's straight idol worship. Thou shalt not have no other God before me. And the Most High word, he said he magnified his word above his name. So if you go against his word, you're already going against him. That's putting yourself in worshiping idols.
Yeah, you know, in some of those Middle Eastern cultures, they worship the woman's vagina. They actually, the Bible talks about that. About I think they call it Baal Peor. And over in India, they have a statue of a woman's vagina, and they worship it.
Should our brothers say that the black woman is God? You heard that
True
before?
that. Yeah.
Why?
Say,
because of the vagina?
Yeah.
Yep. They say because she gave birth. She birthed us all. So they think the power of the P is God because it gives life.
Yeah. They actually worship it. They have cults of men who worship women's vaginas. And it's disgusting, man. I don't even want to detail what they do. But it's all worship. Over in India, they do it. They have a big statue where everybody go out there and they have this red liquid that come out of it. And people take it and they dab it on their foreheads.
Let's get some precepts to that, what y'all talking about. That is good. Y'all know I never thought about that. That is so true. I say so true. I'm gonna go to 1 Kings 11, right? Can somebody find Hebrews 12 about Esau? Watch this, y'all. What y'all talking about? This is, oh man. I'll tell you, man, you always find something new. 1 Kings 11, verse 1. But King Solomon loved many strange women together with the daughter of Pharaoh, women of the Moabites, Ammonites, Edomites, Zidonians, Hittites, of the nations concerning which the Lord said unto the children of Israel, ye shall not go into them, neither shall they come in unto you. For surely, guess what? For surely they will turn away your heart after their gods, solemnly unto these in love. This is a straight cut. As everything y'all was talking about, right? How fornication can lead you to turn your way turn you from who? The Most High God. And then when you look at what Esau did in Hebrews 12, I mean, that's the most, you got to be an idiot. You mean to tell me you would give up your blessing for some Canaanites?
Hey, that is so true. Because look, even when I don't mean to cut you off, but I'm just going to be honest about myself. When I'm even in the truth, when I was in fornication, I couldn't read the Bible. Mm-hmm. Do y'all understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I couldn't read it. I had to put it down because I'm doing something I ain't got no business doing. I had to turn my back from it, or the Bible, reading the Bible, is not going to allow me to do what I want to do. Y'all understand what I'm saying? I'm talking about myself. Mm-hmm. I could not do what I want to do and turn back and read the Bible. You got to leave the Bible alone and then do what you want to do and then feel bad about it and then come back to listen, you cannot be in this Bible and be in fornication. Just that simple. Cannot do it. I tried it.
So when it says, you know, it turns you away from the Most High, that could be in a lot of different ways, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Can't even read it.
Well,
I'm telling you.
Also, you won't receive that blessing Ask Esau. Look what it
What do we
says.
call a fornicator? What do you
Yeah,
call a fornicator?
12:16. Lest there be any fornicator or profane person as Esau, who for one morsel of meat sold his birthright. Now, you know, Esau went off and married the daughters of Ishmaelites, Canaanites, but when he did the ultimate, he sold his birthright. He did three different type of fornications right here. For you know, verse 17, for you know how that afterwards, when he would have inherited the blessing, he was rejected, for he found no place of repentance, though he sought it carefully with tears. So that's exactly right. It turns you away from the Most High, and you would exit your blessing. Whew, I can understand that. Wow, a lot of my blessings went away.
Hey, man, you hitting the point. Can you go to Nehemiah when what is that with Ezra's when they had to give up their heritage if they wanted to be with those strange wives? You give up your blessing if you want to fornicate. Where is that at 10? Ezra's 10.
Ezra's 10. Ezra's 10.
Let me see.
Ezra 10. It says
you had the first bit. Yep.
We're gonna start at
verse 1.
Verse 1.
Sorry, 1. Yep.
Say now when Ezra had prayed and when he had confessed, weeping and casting himself down before the house of Elohim, there assembled unto him out of Israel a very great congregation of men and women and children, for the people wept very sore. And Shechaniah the son of Yechiel, one of the sons of Elam, answered and said unto Ezra, we have trespassed against our Elohim and have taken strange wives of the people of the land. Yet now there is hope in Israel concerning this thing. Now therefore, let us make a covenant with our Elohim to put away all the wives and such as are born of them, according to the counsel of the Lord Adonai and of those that tremble at the commandment of our Elohim, and let it be done according to the law. Arise, for this matter belongeth unto thee. We also will be with thee. Be of good courage and do it. Then arose Ezra and made the chief priests, the Levites, and all Israel to swear that they should do according to this word, and they swear. Then Ezra rose up from before the house of Elohim and went into the chamber of Yochanan and the son Elisha. And when he had come thither, he did eat no bread nor drink water, for he mourned because of the transgression of them that had been carried away. And they made proclamation throughout Judah and Jerusalem, and to all the children of the captivity, that they should gather themselves together unto Jerusalem, and that whoever would not come within the 3 days, according to the counsel of the princes and the elders, all his substance should be forfeited, and himself separated from the congregation of those that had been carried away. So you know what? I wonder. Look, I wonder how
Y'all
many.
See that?
You see the decree, right?
Yeah.
I wonder how many dudes was just like, you know what, forget it. Y'all can have the substance. I'm gonna just go on and stay.
A lot of them did. If you keep reading, they'll tell you.
A lot of them did. Keep reading, you'll see it.
A lot of them did. And the thing is, they doing it today, right?
They're doing it today.
They get mad at you. Brother Eric, I ain't gonna call out the name, but Brother Eric, remember we had a backstage debate, and I went to these scriptures.
Yeah.
Same thing. Yeah. So yeah.
We know who you're talking about. You ain't got to call no name out.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
what you call it hiding too? I'm gonna call him out. A war raw? You hiding? Come on, man.
Yeah. But see, that's, even with that, right? When you look at those brothers, right? That's why I said there's a deeper understanding behind even that. You know what I mean? Because when you look at society today and how they turn us against each other, you know what I mean? When I hear brothers say, man, I couldn't find a black woman that was into me or that liked me or whatever, I can't relate to that myself, but then I can understand that because I grew up with dudes that actually, couldn't get the women they wanted, and so the only issue I have with that is justifying it or trying to justify it through scripture. You know what I mean? Before I even looked into this understanding, I never looked at it or considered it one way or the other. But then when I looked at the scriptures, and then when you look at Jubilees and what that say, it's like, damn, okay, this is something deeper behind this. You know what I mean? I don't condone it. I understand the reason why it's happening. I can't go with justifying it through the scripture, especially when we read stuff like this. This is a prime example of that. These men married these women. They married these women. They had children by them, and they had to give up all of that to come back to the truth and the light of everything. And so it's like, why is it that all of these men chose not to marry Israelite women? What was it about?
Bro. Look where they at. Look where they at. They was coming out of captivity. Same thing here.
But guess what?
Get ready to go into the land. I do the same thing.
But guess what? This
I ain't saying nothing.
But you're right. But it's a prime example. We still don't have no excuses, man.
No, you're right.
No excuse.
Right.
No excuse.
My thing, look. My thing is this. When we read this, right? They was coming out of captivity, or they, coming out of that situation. What was going on in that captivity for them to do what they did?
Mm-hmm. Babylon.
You see what I'm saying? And according to the scripture, are we coming back to that time? Are we approaching that time to where, this same decision is going to have to be made? Right? You either give it up or be separated from the congregation.
Can we read it? We can read that. Then we're going to have to do that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let's go to the New Testament. Messiah said the same thing. Forsaken houses.
Oh yeah.
Step to it.
Yeah.
Right.
Huh? You know what that's at? Go to it.
He who
Yep. Forsaken houses, wives, children, husband, for my namesake. Remember, the namesake is the commandments. People keep thinking it's talking about his actual name, Yeshua. Don't nobody know his damn name. It's not talking about his actual physics. It's talking about his word. He said he magnified his word above his name. So his name is his commandments, his law.
And you know what? That do make sense.
Yeah.
But look, y'all, it makes sense to this day. You married to somebody that care less about the Most High, care less about Israel. If they want to stay with you. But however, if they tell you, look, I'm sticking with Christianity, what you gonna do? See what I'm saying?
1929, Matthew 1929. E.
Yeah, I was just looking for
that goes along with Ezra 10, exactly. Now I remember when Josiah brought that out, Cliff said, "You trying to separate families."
When the Messiah said it, I ain't saying shit. The Messiah said it. Look what it says. Let's start at 28, brother. You want me to read it?
Yeah, you got it.
All right. It says, and Jesus said unto them, verily I say unto you, that ye which have followed me in the regeneration, when the Son of Man shall sit in the throne of his glory, ye also shall sit upon 12 thrones, judging the 12 tribes of Israel. Right? And everyone that has forsaken houses, or brethren, or sister, or father, or mother, or wife, or children, or land, for my name's sake, shall receive 100-fold, and shall inherit everlasting life. That's a cut.
Yeah, that cover a broad base of things too.
Your mother, your father, it don't matter. No respect to persons. You got it, like the script, man. Don't you know that in the law that it tell you if your mother, your father, your friend entice you to go serve other gods, that you're supposed to kill them first?
Yeah.
Y'all don't know the law, do y'all?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's the law. And it will be reinforced because it just said that they're going to be on the throne judging the 12 tribes of Israel. So if you haven't forsaken these houses, these brethren, these sisters for the commandment's sake, otherwise it's going out of darkness.
This passage right here, this covers a broad base of things.
Not playing.
This, you know, when you look at that, I'm gonna go back to that. What was that? Ezra.
Mm-hmm.
Ezra 10. Let me go back. Ezra 10. It says, whosoever would not come within the 3 days, according to the counsel of the princes and the elders, all his substance should be forfeited. So you can interpret this like in a more divine sense, you know, for Christ's name's sake, rather, you know, according to the counsel of the prince, all his substance should be forfeited and himself separated from the congregation of those that have been carried away. That's deep, man. I would look more into that. That's deep.
Hey, y'all, check this out. Now, the understanding of Esau actually, to me, is coming clear. Remember in Hebrews 12, it says he couldn't find a place of repentance. Why? Because he wouldn't stop fornicating. So when you look at Venus Williams and Serena Williams, they married to these white guys. I made a post. I said, "Oh, they done for life." Unless they wake up. You see what I'm saying? You ain't gonna find a place of repentance right there. It's crazy, man.
I think also the motive, you know what I mean? Like when you look at a lot of sisters say black men only want white women because of you know, they do what you say and they, you know, whatever. When that's really not the case. That's not necessarily true, you know. Or they say white girls do things black girls don't. And my question is, what are white girls doing that black girls don't do? Can y'all think of anything?
Nope.
I don't know.
Nope. They doing everything black women do for a black man.
Well, what do
I'm gonna
Mexican
tell you the
girls
truth.
turbo what black girls don't do?
Huh? Good dog, you funny, bro. Good dog, you funny.
Notice he ain't answering it though.
Oh man, y'all, you know what?
You see, I said, name one.
I'm fucking with you, bro.
Oh yeah, see when y'all say kiss the dog, black girls don't do that.
Oh man.
Oh, that's a
Oh
good
yeah.
one. That's a good
Kiss.
one.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
that's a good one.
I think
That's
white
fornication.
men kiss the dogs too.
Huh?
White men kiss the dogs too. I seen that. I'm like,
Yeah.
man, crazy.
Oh, definitely.
So I guess it's something they do, but kissing a dog wouldn't make you want to watch. You know what it is? I think it's just, you know, I'm trying to help you brothers that like white women. I'm trying to help.
Oh man, y'all knew what dogs did.
I think that white women is just something like I want to, I want a white woman. You see what I'm saying? It has nothing to do with nothing. It just, can I get a white woman? And when I'm there, look at the two brothers that got that white woman, and the white woman ended up killing them. Might have been more than two. I know two that happened last couple of years. They're hating on black women. The white women they got killed them. And still, I don't think they went to jail behind it either. So,
Nope, they got away with it.
yeah, they just urge them. They just want a white, and black women the same way. Now, what are the odds of Venus Williams marrying a white guy, or Serena when the white people call them monkeys and animals all their life they play tennis? Why would you marry somebody that's calling you that? And we know good and well, according to how they look at Venus and Serena, man, those white guys don't like them. Come on, bro.
Not at all.
No.
No.
You married.
So
Yeah.
You know what I think? I think it has something to do with money.
elaborate.
Like, okay, uh, some of them. Well, there's two ways I'm looking at it, but one way I see, especially with black women, they see white men as a better provider.
They
What
see
y'all
white men as better providers.
providers,
Hmm.
pretty much. Um, Another thing, damn, it was on the top of my head too, and it just slipped.
Happens to me all the time. But look though, check this out. Y'all know the white man know that he knows the nature of a woman. He knows that the woman depends on the man. So if you strip the black man, they man down from everything, who else they gonna depend on? They asses. It's all set up, man.
Yep. Yep.
I mean, they understand that. We understand that too. And that's why things was done systemically and systematically. You know, you talk about white men being better providers, and I know that leads to the motive part of why I was saying, the reason a lot of sisters say black dudes get with white women is because, white women will do whatever y'all say, or, they'll do whatever y'all want them to do. Whereas black women get with white women for that very purpose, for substance. And this is where the motive comes in. You're not supposed to be doing it, number one. Number two, your motive behind it is not pure. Because if we be honest, in a lot of cases, and I'm not saying this every single case, but in a lot of cases, when black women get with white men, the tables turn and they end up having to pay for everything, and they end up supporting the white dudes that they thought was going to be the providers and all this kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So I agree with that. They believe in the money part, and it in most cases backfires on them. And a lot of them be getting killed by these white dudes, and you don't hear nothing about it.
Yep.
You don't hear a word about it.
It even turned my stomach to see a black girl. This white guy looks so good. I'm like, his ancestors probably raped your grandma. I mean, stuff they don't think about. And so, me personally, I mean, of course, you're gonna see white women that look good, whatever, or Chinese or Mexican. Run that back, Mexican women, yeah, we're gonna see them too.
Mm.
But I made a choice to not go crazy or say a white woman look good over a black woman. I won't do that. I take this is no lie. I would take Whoopi Goldberg over any white woman. That's what
I'm gonna tell you. Hey, I'll
What
make
about
Whoopi
an
Goldberg
Indian?
look like a dime.
yeah. Over any
What you
white.
say, E? Hey, he said he don't know about that. He said he don't know about that, Kadar.
What about
I would take Whoopi Goldberg over any
hey, Kadar?
You know what? You know what? If you're talking about look, just just on the topic, if you're talking about color purple would be okay. Not right now.
No, I'm talking about just in general. I understand.
In general,
Man,
yeah.
I would.
No,
Look, if I had to choose,
well,
I'd be all right, man. I'm gonna be a unit.
Hey,
all
Like
Kadar.
right now, right now, yeah, I'm gonna be a unit.
oh, I ain't talking about a
So
I'm just saying, even the color purple, she didn't look good, but I would take over a white woman.
She didn't look good in that one either.
Yeah, I
would
could
take over
dig.
white. But the say there is that when I would not, like I said, I don't know. This is something back in the day. Me and my supposed to be best friend Dora, we made it. We said we're not gonna deal with white women, right? And so this is when we were up in our 20s. And this would be way before, came into True knew anything. I just, it like erased out of my mind, it's just gone completely. This is way before we came into True. So I never had a taste for white women since. The school I went to had some white girls there, like black guys, all of that, but it was really unlawful for you to date a white woman. How about that? Back when we was in school, you date, everybody look at you like you got the cooties, and so you better not do that. So we made a choice. I made a choice. I'm pretty sure he did too. That we're not looking at white women, and the reason I say white women, I'm talking about the other women too, because white women was the main. Nobody really talked about Mexicans or Chinese or even the exotic one. They never talk about that back then. The only thing they focused on was getting a white one. And so when I made that choice, I said, nah, that was it. That right there was erased out of my mind before I came into Truth. And so whenever I see brothers, now I seen this brother, it's been a year ago at this cafe. He was with this busted white girl. And I walked in there, he was with her, and I'm trying to look at her. I think I know the brother. He would not look at me in my face. He's looking down at the floor, looking around, turning around, walking on the other side. Texas or something.
He was ducking you.
Hey. I got a challenge. I got a challenge for put her comment up right there. Adoria.
Which one? Oh, this one.
Yeah. My question to you is, and just I just want to ask because I want to know, what do you like about black men? Since the world have painted this picture about us, what do you like about black men?
I don't know, Josiah. I think the whole world like black men, according to what I see. All the women.
I'm just trying to see what they like about us, because we ain't got no money, we ain't leading. What do y'all like about us? I want to know that. It can't just be the size.
We look good.
What do Mexicans say they like about black women running back?
Hey, man.
She said, I said, what? I stepped away. What happened?
What do Mexicans say they like about black men running back? He started laughing.
Oh, man.
Killing him right now.
Man.
Look at this video real quick, y'all. Fair use.
I need y'all to help me in the chat.
You do the fair use. I don't know why I can't StreamYard thing tripping. I can't scroll through my media assets, but fair use. check this out. This is this brother. He with a white woman, and you know, we talking about, you know, is it better being with them? You know, why are we with them? That kind of thing. Fair use.
Are you sick bastard? You're doing this to me, sick bastard. I hate you so much. I hate you.
Look, this is her. This is her. This is a person with a certified from the Behavioral Science Board. That's his behavior. Look at this abuse. Look at this. She's grabbing my ears.
I hate you. Why are you doing that to me?
Stop, please stop hitting me.
Why are you doing this to
Please
me?
stop hitting me.
Answer me.
Stop hitting me.
Answer me. Answer me.
Please stop hitting me.
Answer me. Why are you doing this to me?
Please stop hitting me.
Answer me.
I want to go outside.
No, you abuse me with your words. You're fucking with me. Why?
I want to go outside.
Why are you fucking with me?
I want to go outside.
Answer. My blood pressure.
I want to go outside.
Answer me.
I want to go outside. I want to go outside.
Answer me now. Stop. Why are you doing this to me?
I want to go outside. Please stop. Please
Look
stop.
into my eyes.
Please stop.
Look into my eyes.
Please stop.
Why are you doing this to me?
Please stop. Please
I
stop.
can't breathe.
Please stop.
Why are you doing this?
Please stop.
I can't breathe. Doing this to me.
Esther, please stop.
Can we leave? I can't be here. I have to leave. What are you doing?
Please stop.
I did everything you wanted me to. I did it. I did it.
Please stop. Please.
I did it. What do you want? What more do you want from me?
Please stop.
What do you want?
Please stop.
What do you want from me? Tell me.
I want you to please stop.
Tell me what you want from me.
I want you to please stop.
What do you want? What more do you want?
I want you to please stop.
What more do you want?
I want you
I'm
to
gonna live your life.
please stop.
Just run away. Watch! God, and your son's gonna die for all the things you're doing to me. I can't. I'm not gonna fucking stop it, please.
All this.
Please
Yeah,
stop it.
Damn.
I would have not.
I wonder what's going on, man, to make him deal with that. What would make any man stay with a woman that's doing that? Because I thought it was better, you know. You got a lot of people advocate that, you know, we should consider that outside of our own women. You know, it's more respect, more submission, and all this kind. And that, you know, submission. That, I'm hearing that word a lot. You know, all these words floating around. Submission. She won't submit. You know, it's like, what does that mean, really?
You
What
know
would y'all?
what
Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. I ain't mean to cut you off.
Go ahead.
A lot of brothers look at a woman, look at submissive or use the word submissive as basically trying to enslave their women.
You really think brothers are using that to enslave? I don't think that's the case.
Well,
I think that's how
not-
it's taken a lot of times. I just think that it's used loosely. You know,
yeah.
like it hadn't been defined. What does submit mean? Does it mean do everything your man say? Do it mean bow down to him? Do it mean, you know, what are we talking about?
I say some
You talking about
man.
it's putting yourself under the authority of another person, just like men do it every day. We do it with the crossing guards. We do it with the waiters, the people that come on, man. We do it every day. We just pick and choose who we do it with.
At our jobs, all that. Yep.
Do it all day
Yeah,
long.
actually, they do the same thing. They go to the
They
job.
do it. Women do it all day long. Yep.
They're gonna submit to their manager, boss, or whoever you want to call it, and we do the same thing. Especially if we want to keep our jobs, right?
Yeah.
So if you
Yep.
want to keep your husband, keep your wife, keep your husband, what you gonna do?
Yep.
You gonna
That's a
submit,
good.
right?
That's a good analogy.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
But
So
somehow, it comes to us that don't want to submit. So I can't say. I'm not
God be
talking about all
submitting to
black.
the Mexican.
Talking about son.
Say many black women interpret the word submission as being synonymous with slavery. And I've heard a lot of them say, I don't like that word. You know, it reminds me of slavery. You know, so what word would you rather put there? You know, because whatever it is, it's the same thing. You know,
You know what? Actually, my bad, brother E. Go ahead. I'll share my thoughts afterwards.
I was gonna say if you think submission means slavery, then be a slave. You know, whatever, like this, and this for people who that's just a way of undermining it. If you think
That's
that's
dumb
what
as hell.
it means, then do that because it's a requirement. However you want to interpret.
Hey, brother E, it's dumb as hell because let me tell you why it's dumb. When you think submission is slavery, because that's a choice. Slavery is not a choice. And
Exactly.
then you going to get with the white people, the white men that actually enslaved us. So how the hell? I want to know how do role play look? You are already the damn slave. You've been the slave. You still a slave. So actually, you getting back with your slave master. You are just rekindling flames that you already had because you've been listening to your daddy, the government. Come on, man.
You took the exact words I was about to say.
Go ahead, Turbo. Say it your way.
Josiah, huh?
Say it in your way.
All right. Well, I was going to say, what I think, or hold on. I have, huh?
No, I was reading this comment, but I wasn't muted out. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. But I was saying, I've been thinking about that too. Like, what's wrong with submitting yourself to a black man, but you get with a white man, or not even just white. You get with the Asian man, you do everything for him.
I know why that is. Go ahead, Kadar.
All right. When we look at submission, man, we need to do a whole thing on this one day, one night, whatever. Because I've been wanting to get to that. I'm glad y'all brought it, and somehow I forgot about it. When we look at submission, right? Think about when we was kids, right? We was kids. And we playing out in the door, outside, or whatever. Mama and daddy said, come in the house. What do? Now, for the most part, we gonna come in the house. Now, you may got my daughter. She didn't want to submit to me or her mama or nobody or a job. That's why she don't have a job today. But however, majority of kids submit to their parents. Why do you think they submit to the parents? When they growing up, their parents is the stronger vessel. They need help, who they go to? Their parents. They need money, who they go to? Their parents. Shoot, my kids still come to me to this day. They grown. So when and even within that, my son had to submit to me. Even within that. So when women get with their man, a strong man that's gonna help provide, let's say she making more money, but this man is bringing it. It's no reason her not submit to him. When you look at, you have to submit to your parents growing up. Why? Because they was the stronger vessel. Now your husband is the stronger vessel. You mean tell me you gonna go out here beat some dude up and you and your husband walking there? Come on, man. I just look at that. It's so simple. And people look at it and take it, well, it's certain people I can submit to. Okay. But however, you gonna say certain parents you're gonna submit to? No. You had to submit to them, whether it was good or bad, you had to. And that's the thing.
Good point. Go ahead, Josiah.
I forgot what I was finna say. Hey, but I agree with you. You said something that made me think about something, but I forgot. I'll come back around.
Submission. I think you made a good point a minute ago when you said it's a choice. You know what I mean? That's literally how I see it, because a lot of, you know, what we do as men when it comes to setting order and all that, it's not like you have to really tell a woman what to do or control a woman or, you know, be on her back. We're all pretty much, you know, in tune with what we're supposed to do as people. And even in relationships, we understand the requirements of a relationship. Relationships have a business aspect to it, just like anything else, you know. And if that part is not nurtured and tended to, then it's going to overflow into your personal or your pleasure or whatever else you want to do, what brings y'all together. And so submission is not you doing what somebody say, is you coming under a protocol or order. Without the woman submitting to the husband, then the order is broken. It's just like, even if a man have a submissive woman, but he won't do what he's supposed to do, it's gonna disrupt the order. See what I'm saying? It's bigger than just you seeing it on a ground level. Your submission is needed in order for the growth and the continuance of the relationship. That's going to contribute to the man being able to do what he needs to do more effectively. You know, you hear a lot of women say, I submit to a man who submit to the Most High. And it's like, is that really the truth?
She just said
You know?
it. She just said it. What's her name right there? Camilla. What's her name? Right here. Yeah, she just said it.
Women will submit to a great leader, one that's following Yah. And that's the thing, you know. I question that. I'm not saying that's true. And I think when you make statements like this, you should say righteous women will submit to a great leader, right? Because I could see that and understand that. But when you say women in general will submit, that makes it look like the reason the women are not submitting is because, you know, the men aren't great leaders. And that's based on what standard? Because
hey,
go ahead.
I don't mean to cut you off. You said right. You started off with righteous women. A righteous woman will submit, and you ain't got to add nothing behind it. If she's married and she's righteous, she gonna submit because she's righteous. And it has nothing to do with the man, what he's doing or not, because it tells a woman what to do when you have a man that doesn't obey the word. You can win him over without the word. Now, show me a scripture in the Bible that tell a man can win his wife over without the word. Y'all women have so much power that y'all don't understand. And that's why I'll stop all y'all.
And you know, when we also look at submission, when you look at the Christian church, right? Why do majority of the women in Christian church submitting to their pastor. Y'all notice that?
Right.
Y'all notice that?
They'll submit to the pastor.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Listen, hey, Kadar, listen. I remember this woman. She said this to me. I corrected her on Facebook, right? And she ended up she didn't text me back. She ended up, you know how you send a message but you speak it and you can actually hear it. She sent a voice message, and she was so sweet. She was like, "Oh, I hear you, brother," but she was just so sweet. It made me apologize, and I didn't even do nothing wrong.
Wow.
I said, I apologize for coming off wrong, even though you accepted the apology and I correct. You know what I'm saying? I even apologized because she came off so sweet. I wanted to be with her. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Yeah, you know, when a woman be a woman, that's part of submission. Is part of that womanhood, that feminism, right? And that's why when a woman has a status, let's say they're making more money than you are, but they willing to submit certain big deals, things they want to buy, what they're gonna do, they want to come to you, man. That you know how great feeling that is.
Yeah,
that's a great feeling. Or and just like when you're a kid, so I have to go back to that. We have to submit to our parents, right? We don't want to ask them. So I understand that. But, Mama, can I stay over at John's house tonight? Can I spend that over there? Or Daddy, you know what I'm saying? You have to submit to ask them. You can't just do it, right? I mean, but yet still, when a woman come to you like, what you doing, sir? Do you have any plan for us around about 12 now? Well, me and Sally, we want to go shopping at the mall. Is that okay? You know how good that feel? Just even mention it. I'm the type of guy that don't even care about stuff like that. But just mention it, because I probably want you to leave anyway. Probably give you some money. But what I'm saying, just mention that, stuff like that. Oh, that makes me feel good, right? She's submitting to me, and also she's letting me know that, you're a part of my life. I love you. I want to be, I'm there. But when you got a woman that don't say none of these things and just do it, you think, hey, what do you going to see? This is stuff that comes up, and that can break it. And the reason I said that, because I'm trying to I'm pretty sure y'all women in the chat, y'all know, but you have some women that's not in the truth, don't know, are watching, and just that alone could just brighten up a brother's day. Like, okay, I got a woman that's willing to submit to me, not like as a slave to communication. And guess what? When we go out, we want to go out and watch the game with brother. Hey, we're going to watch the game with the brothers. We're going to, I always been like that. I go, watch the football game, basketball game, going out somewhere. I always let, whoever I'm with know. Not that I'm just letting them know like they're my daddy or my mother. It's just letting them know. I'm going to tell you why. If something happened and I need your help, and I tell you I'm going to Fridays to watch the basketball game, and I call you and I'm at a club somewhere, and the first thing you're going to say is, well, you told me you was going to Friday. Look, I need help, So you want to get past that and just say, hey, tell them the truth.
Yeah. Yeah, I think submission is a way of life, and for a man, we have to do it in our own way. It's a requirement, and when it said wives submit to your husbands and be subject to your husbands in all things, that's just it's up to us to understand that, you know what I mean? If you say you'll submit to a godly man, then only get with a godly man. If you'll get with a godly man, then that means you already understand the standard of a godly man. You should have one, unless you're saying there are none. And that's where I beg to differ. There are a lot of brothers who, especially now, waking up and doing good things, whether it be just living day to day, working, and you have your option as a woman to vet some of these brothers. You can, especially the way the world is now, you're able to communicate with men and be around men and determine if a man is a certain type of man or if he's not. And women are very intelligent. I don't put that past the woman. It's just, women do things their own way and it ends up in a certain type of way. And so when it comes to that, man, that's just one thing that we all have to understand for ourselves. We have our part in that. Most men, when we say that, all we're simply saying is that, like the brothers are saying, we want a woman who we know gives us the respect and the honor. It ain't about bowing down and kissing our feet, none of that. It's about knowing, okay, when it comes down to it, do this woman really respect me? If push come to shove and I say, hey, babe, I need this done or this needs to be a certain type of way, are you willing to respect that and do it that way? Or are you gonna puff yourself up against that because you feel that you don't have to submit and you shouldn't have to do this and do that? That's all men are saying in that. Look at him. He said, I want my toes kissed. Look.
Okay,
Look at Josh.
Hey, what did?
And he's serious too. I want mine too.
And what did Nino Brown say to G Money? Ain't nobody gonna kiss your shrimmy up now. Y'all correct, right?
Kadar, you gonna get a message from women to kiss your toes.
Man.
Yeah, she can do that.
Yeah.
You already got one.
Hey, he said he don't mean it the way.
He already got one.
It the way she thinking.
Hey, read that, Kadar. I mean, E.
What? This?
What Good Life said. Yeah.
He said, I don't mean it the way she thinking. Mean love. I don't mean love like how y'all mean.
Not like the way y'all think it means.
Yeah.
Hate don't mean hate.
It's like, okay, what? And this is where the nonsense come in. Like, and I can understand what he's saying. They're taking offense, but I don't mean it the way she think. Have you explained to her? What you see as submission? Because that's another thing. How it is and how they interpret it is two different things.
You might have to be patient with her and teach her what you mean. Walk her down what you mean. Because I had to do the same with my wife. I don't want to be lord over you as in I want to be a roaring lion in my house. I want you to submit to me as in being the man. I am a man. Respect me for just being a man. I am physically stronger than you. The Most High deals with me differently than he deals with you. Respect the fact that the Most High respects the man. You get what I'm saying? Look at me how the Most High look at me. He puts the man over the woman for a reason. So respect that. Forget me. Forget the person. Do everything as unto the Lord and everything will be cool.
Yeah.
Stop worried about the individual. Do it as unto the Lord because the Most High told y'all to submit, not us. If it was the other way around, men wouldn't have no problem with submitting to you because you got a lot of men submitting to women anyway. So if the men can do it, we want the commanders to do it. Why is it hard for y'all to do it and y'all was commanded to do it? I'm listening.
That is true. And
So did I just say, one of the things when you go back to the beginning, Adam and Eve, who was charged for that sin? Adam, right?
Yep.
So y'all submit with us, y'all help us. Y'all can do like Eve, eat from that tree, and then we love you so much, we gonna do the same. We both gonna be in hot water. So when y'all submit with
Wow.
us, y'all help us. Good God.
So actually, submitting will cause our whether we die or live. To be honest with you, because men love their wives, right? Adam loved Eve to the point that he disobeyed the Most High. So y'all know how much power a woman got. If a man can just hearken to the voice of his wife over the Most High, come on, man. So use your power for greatness. Think about it. If you got power to destroy the whole world, because that's exactly what y'all did, the scriptures say we all die because of the woman. The scripture says that. When Adam was deceived, the woman was deceived. So if the whole world got deceived, come on, man. The whole world got deceived because of the sin of a woman. Y'all could turn this thing around. Think about it.
Yeah. That's why I say the man is not without the woman is not without the man. Submission is just a necessary element for things to grow. And the Most High appointed the woman to be in that position. Like when you said a minute ago, if the Most High told the men to submit to the women, we wouldn't have a problem, because when you look at most relationships, right, what happens by nature already, right? You go look at most relationships, you see that most men are submitted to the women and the women are in control.
Just be honest.
And that just happens by nature. If nobody says anything and a man and woman get together, that just happens by nature.
Just be honest. Just happens by nature. Yep.
So what are women, when men are submitted to women, what are women leading men to do?
Something that's not right. It goes back to Adam and Eve. Look at Adam and Eve. Look at Bobby and what's her name, the singer that died?
Whitney Houston.
Whitney Houston. What did Bobby do? Bobby said, "I got on drugs because of her." She said, "I don't do crack. Crack is cheap." But Bobby said he did. Who's to say who's right, wrong? My thing is this: when you look at what happened in the garden, the Most High asked Adam, "What have you done? That woman you gave me. You see that?
Yeah.
That woman you gave me." And that goes back to me. Back when I was married, I wish I was strong enough to stand up and say, nah, this ain't, this is not how it's gonna be. But I wasn't at the time.
Yeah.
So Adam would have stood up and said, "No, you ate that tree. It's on you. I hate it for you." And then I don't know what happened to Eve. Probably been worse. Childbearing might have been worse than what it is. I don't know how it would happen. But when we go back to the beginning, when Eve did that, Adam shouldn't follow. Because Eve was not submissive to Adam. Adam told, "Hey, you can eat from every tree, but not for that one tree." What did Eve do? She listened to somebody else. What do a lot of our women do? They go to work and they listen to who? Somebody else. They go to school teachers, they listen to who? Somebody else. Somebody, even within my daughter, when I be telling my daughter stuff, she'll tell me, "Well, you don't know everything." I said, "Honey, I've been on this stuff way longer than you have. But I don't know everything. But however, I know more than you and know more than your classmates." But guess what? She listened to them. This is a prime example on how the earth, Esau's world did to us, Israel. But when you go look at the white man and white woman, I'm not saying you don't see that. If they sneaky about it, it's not happening out in the open, because they'll end up having kids by another man or something like that. But that's why they don't want to do that child support. That blood test.
DNA test.
However, have a kid by down the street, something like that. But however, they are more to hide themselves, as in being not, like with our women. I'm not talking junk about our women because we're upon the curses, men and women. And one of the curses we are also upon it is the black woman's submitting to the black man. It tells you in Deuteronomy 28, the wife will have an evil eye towards her husband. It tells you that. This is written in scripture. So all we doing is bringing it out when we on this subject. And we're not saying, hey, bow down and do this. No. We asking y'all to love us. And submission is respect. That's all it is. You give us respect, you'll get all the love. You get anything you want. Anything you want.
They don't understand that. They don't understand that, bro.
Submission is
They don't
respect.
understand it. Listen, this is men telling y'all women what to do with us. Why don't y'all listen to us and stop listening to other women about us? Because don't nobody know us better than us. So we telling y'all to respect us and you'll get everything you want. You talk about manipulation. Why don't y'all manipulate your husband and respecting them?
I beg to
They're doing the
differ with
opposite.
that, bro.
What's up?
I think our women know us more than we know ourselves. A lot of what we saying, they already know, bro. This ain't nothing being
I'll
taught.
tell you this. I'm gonna tell you this, bro. Deep down inside, us brothers know, but the lust of the flesh is too strong. So, like you said earlier, like we've been teaching earlier, is the lust blinds us because the woman that we want so bad blinds us. You know how many times I said fuck it?
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah. Yeah. That's why.
I know.
That's why.
And that's another thing. A lot of women think that we stupid, that we don't know what's going on. A lot of brothers know what situation he in. He just doing it because he really wants it. He really, listen, us men really want the vagina, that we'll do anything for it. Think about it. That's why niggas will sleep with their sister. And come on, man, we got all type of cases going on. The lust of the flesh. Do y'all understand what it is to be a man? Come on, man. Come on, man. Let somebody touch your flesh. It could be put me blindfolded right now and let somebody touch your flesh. It don't matter who it is. That flesh gonna rise. Just be honest. That flesh is gonna rise. You know what I'm talking about, too.
Well, if you blindfolded me, and if somebody started,
I ain't talking about. I ain't talking. I'm just saying in general, bro.
I know.
The flesh. You can't blindfold me. I'm gonna know who it is.
But I think when it comes to our women, man, this is why they're such an advantage over us, because they know us. They understand our simplicity. Just like with the Most High, right? The simplicity of the Most High, that's all he requires. You know, they understand we simple creatures. They understand what our desires are, even sexually. You know, they understand all of that. It's just, what are they using that to do? Are they using that as an occasion to manipulate? You know how they learn your patterns, and then they learn, different things like that. So I think they understand more. And I think that a lot of times when we talk about this kind of stuff, they're more entertained. And I'm not talking about the sisters in the chat, but just in general, when a lot of women hear us talking about this stuff, they're entertained more than they are edified. They're entertained at the fact that, these things are finally being spoken up on. These ain't things you hear in the open all the time. Can't go to no major network and hear men talking like this. But, they understand, they know, and we're reaching a time where the truth is being spoken, is coming out, and it's exposing a lot. And so when it comes to the lust thing, man, do y'all think that women cause us to lust? Or do y'all think that's just something that's in us? Lust is just in us.
So do we think women cause us to lust?
Yeah, like when it comes to the lust of the male, do y'all think that that's is just something in us, or do y'all think women contribute to it?
I think it's something in us from the time that Adam, the Most High, created Adam, Eve from the rib, and Adam seen her. I think that was something. I think it's both. I think that you got some women you go on the internet and they get barely dressed, and or you walk outside nowadays you can see them like that. So I think it's part of both, right? Um, Within our women, I'm not talking about nobody else. Um, so I think that is two ways going there. We in land our captivity. If we in our land, do you think women will be dressed like that? No. Do you think we'll have access to anything we can see on the computer? No. Do you think that it will be okay for they have strip bars and places like that around? No. So we're in land our captivity, so you got both things coming at you. You got we love women. Women was created for us. But whenever Adam and them ate from that tree, that's where lust came in. Because remember, when he ate, he began to see Eve's figure. So yeah.
Ask your question again, E.
I said, do y'all think women cause men to lust, or is lust just something in us, or is it both?
It says every man is drawn from his own what?
His
Lust,
own lust.
Right? Let me read this. Matthew 6. Every accountability. We gotta hold ourselves accountable. I hold myself accountable for everything that I do. So Matthew 6 gonna hold everybody, even women. Matthew 6 and 22. I'm gonna start at 22. It says, the light of the body is the eye. If therefore thy eye be single, thy whole body shall be full of light. But if thy eye be evil, thy whole body shall be full of darkness. If therefore the light that is in thee be darkness, how great is that darkness? So everything is in the behind of the beholder. Like us, we are accountable for what we do. It doesn't matter. If somebody talks shit to me, it's my choice to respond back. Women walk around here naked all day, they wrong. I'm supposed to pluck my eye out so it won't cause me to sin, right? So everything has to do with us. I won't even say both. Because you asked me cause to sin. No, I cause myself to sin.
Indeed. I'm gonna let D respond. I'm gonna say something real quick. So with that being said, right, and I agree with that 100%. Would it be say that somebody say lust is a spirit, right? True that. Lust is a spirit. What is this spirit? Is it, of course, it's a perversion, right? When you look at lust, is it just like a misdirected sense of passion that you should have for the person you're in covenant with? Or is it something opposite of that? You see what I'm saying? Because I've heard people say you can lust after your wife or lust after your husband. I don't know if that's true or not. I don't see how that's possible if you are in covenant with a person and you desire that person. As a man, we desire a woman. So when you have that desire, you have somebody to go and fulfill that desire with, to in covenant with. So is lust a perverted or misdirected sense or passion that you should have for somebody that you with, or is it something totally different? something outside of that. What y'all think?
The word lust has context. Deuteronomy talks about whatsoever thy soul lusteth after, according to the blessing of the Lord. So it depends on the context, because I think lust is just a strong desire. So you can have a strong desire for spiritual gifts. Do that make you sin? In sin because you lust after spiritual gifts? So whatever you have a strong desire after, whatever the thing that you're desiring, it has to match up with the Most High, put like that.
That's a good point. What's going on, D? What y'all think, bro? Let me let D chime in.
What's the deal, y'all? Shalom, everybody. I like what Kadar and Josiah said, a combination of both. As far as in the garden, when they ate or whatever, I feel like that was the eye opener to, excuse my language right here, but I'm gonna keep it blunt. I feel like that was the eye opener for Adam to be like, damn, Eve do got a fat ass, or damn, she shaped pretty well. I feel like that was the eye opener for that, and I feel like it never stopped existing. Even to this day, I don't understand, or any of us can't understand our lust. That's what I'm gonna call it for now, or our liking towards a shapely Israelite woman. So
let me ask you this, D.
Yeah.
Is it possible, right? Even though we as men, we have a desire, right? Whatever your preference is, I'm gonna just say mostly all men desire a woman that looks nice, well taken care of, that type of thing, right? Now let's say however that comes, let's say you get a woman and like the scriptures say, she got a handsome figure as it described. She fine, she look good, all that good stuff, right? Is it possible for a man, right? Even when we see that brings something out of us, naturally. When you see a nice looking woman, that brings something out of you. Is it possible for a man to, although having his own wife, seeing she looks nice, to see another woman, acknowledge she looks nice, and not have that same reaction that you would have for your wife? Is that possible?
Absolutely, because honestly, I do it all the time. I mean, I'm very conscious of the fact that, for instance, I stay in Detroit, Michigan is 90% black, 95, probably 90-something% black. And there are nice looking people around these areas. So it's like, yeah, you can acknowledge the fact that they're nice looking or whatever you like and not lust after it. I think that comes with maturity too, though.
What y'all the brothers think about that?
Yeah, I agree. You can have your wife. She's beautiful. You love her. You want her. But you're going to see nice looking women every day. But you don't have to have that type of lust for her that you want her. But that's a choice, right? It's like we're talking about submission is a choice. Remember when King David in 2 Samuel, he looked outside and he seen Bathsheba bathing. Why was she bathing outside? I have no idea. But King David wanted what he seen, right? So that lust took over King David to the point that he took her, killed her husband, and killed her husband, had a kid by her that was stillborn, then had another kid when became a husband, had another kid by her, which it was Solomon. And Solomon didn't play out so good after that. I don't know, it runs in the family. And then when you look at 1 Timothy 2:9, apparently it was something going on in that church assembly, because Paul was telling women, don't wear them braided hair. So I don't know what was going on, but lust was really powerful at that time. And men was, captivated on how the women look.
What you think, Jasar?
It's definitely capable for you can see a beautiful woman in the street while you walking with your wife and acknowledge that she's beautiful, but that don't mean you lusting after her to the point that you want to, like you lusting after your wife. I mean, what women don't understand is men are different. All men have different tastes. So maybe I'm lusting after a single woman that this might be my type. So you get what I'm saying? So we have to rightly divide men. Men are different. I might lust after this woman because of what she does. You get what I'm saying? It's not always about, oh, she got a body and she's beautiful. Maybe it's because of a certain type I like. You get what I'm saying?
And that goes into, you know, like having another wife and that kind of thing, right?
Yeah. I mean, we gotta be real. How would you get another wife if you don't lust after her?
Can you look at
how did go ahead?
Yeah, go ahead. I was gonna say, can they put on Tazaria's post? It overtook her. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, it overtook her too. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like
Nobody never talk about her too, do they?
Nah, it don't really detail that part. Just like it don't detail that part with Reuben and his father's concubine or whatever.
No, it just say it killed him.
Say he went in there and slept with her, you know. But if you read the details of it, it says that she had gotten drunk, you know, and he went in and lay with her.
Wow.
You know? So who knows, man? It's a lot of context, it's a lot of things, you know. I know when it comes to certain women, man, it's real. It's real. I don't know the word for it, you know, but I'll figure it out when it comes to that, you know. Especially like when you look at this, right? The scripture don't say this, but you have to consider, did she know King David was there? He was supposed to have been at war, you know. She went out to bathe. Did he know? Did she know he was going to be out there? You know, then you have to look at the nature of women. Like, for the most part, what woman is not going to want the guy that's at the top?
Yep. It's like they
What
like
about
the
this?
movie stars, the singers. Yeah, they want them. They'll sit there and tell you they don't. Sit there and say, I like them because they can sing, but yeah, right. Yeah.
Hey, what about this, y'all? What is Bathsheba doing out in the open where the king can see her bathing?
Because he's the man. He's the king.
No, I'm saying, what is she doing out in the opening, bathing, where he can see her? I thought you did that in private, where nobody can see you.
You right. The Greeks and the Romans set out and bathe in the open with each other. Israel didn't even do that. When you look at the content, you ever think about that, Eric? How the Greeks and Romans were set up in these pools naked. And actually, they do it now. When I used to live in the mountains, right? I remember one time I go to the Y. I walk up in the room, you know, the dressing room where the shower's at. White men sitting there butt naked talking to each other.
I remember.
Hey man, what y'all doing?
They do that all the time in the gym.
But we didn't do that. So why was she doing that? Because she wanted that, you know, the most famous guy. And the thing, the difference between men and women, we don't get off on women that's famous. You know, women do. Guy famous, don't care what they look like, don't care who they are. Oh, I just so crazy about it. And I think Bathsheba had the same type of attitude because she could have told King David, no, you're wrong. I'm not coming to you. I'm not sleeping with you.
What, Kadar, what is she doing out in the opening where he can see her? The scriptures talk about a whore is a deep ditch and a strange woman is a narrow pitch. And
Yeah,
she lie in wait and increase transgression among men. How we
yeah.
know Bathsheba wasn't being a hoe that day?
Yep. How we
Also,
know?
also this, men of
How
Israel.
is she out in the open like that?
But also this. How do we know? You know, we on this panel, we ain't rich. We're not fame. We don't have fortune. How do you know? How do we know what our women think about other men that's fame and fortune?
Mm.
Even in the chat, how do y'all know that? Men? I'm
Hey,
just
brother
think
E.
about it.
Yeah.
Hey, pull that Testament of Reuben back up and read the other part of that. How it says that women are more acceptable to fornication than men. Read that. The angel said that.
Let me get that.
Not Reuben. The angel told Reuben that. So is the angel lying?
Reuben. Testament of Reuben. Yep. That's deep. He said, it says, for evil are women my children, and since they have no power or strength over men, they use wiles by outward attractions, that they may draw him to themselves. And whom they cannot bewitch by outward attractions, him they overcome by craft. For moreover, concerning them, the angel of Yahuwah told me and taught me that women are overcome by the spirit of fornication more than men. And in their heart, they plot against men. And by means of their adornment, they deceive first their minds, and by the glance of the eye, instill the poison. And then through the accomplished act, they take them captive. So there used to be this age-old question when I was coming up, and I'm sure some of y'all are familiar and may have heard it, about who can lie better, who can cheat better, men or women. Y'all remember that?
Oh, I can write to that. I used to be a private investigator. I got plenty of stories.
I'm finna say, you know. I'm finna say, Kadar, you know.
So when you think about that question, right, and you read this, this is pretty much telling you the answer to that question. Because in order to lie, in order to cheat, you have to be crafty, right? You have to use, like I say, you have to use wiles. You know what wiles are? Wiles are like deceptions, right? You use wiles by outward attractions. And that's why in this same Testament of Reuben, it tells you this right here. And I'm going to pass it to you, Jay. I just want to find this part right here. It says right here, it says, flee therefore fornication, my children, and command your wives and your daughters that they adorn not their heads and their faces to deceive the mind. Because every woman who useth these wiles has been reserved for eternal punishment. So these wiles is talking about the things that women do to accentuate their beauty or make themselves look better than what they actually look, as a means to draw men in. Right? Y'all hear about that African dude that married the woman, and she had on all the makeup, or I guess she took all the makeup off. He saw how she really looked, he divorced her.
I ain't heard nothing about that.
That was in Africa though. But the wilds, and then too that goes back into the lust. Are you that lustful that you'll fall for a woman with all of that makeup on? I would question that myself personally. We would have to have a day or two of me looking at your natural look. I don't care. I need to see what I'm dealing with, what I'm gonna be with the rest of my life. Because some dudes been with women they ain't never seen before. Or you ain't seen her in the last, 5 or 10 years or whatever. You lay up with her every night. She might take some stuff off when the light's off. As soon as you wake up in the morning, she up or whatever, and she got this on, that on. Or you got these women who've been having whatever kind of hair in their head so long.
Man.
Like, take that shit out and be bald headed.
I've been blessed, y'all. I've been blessed. Praise y'all.
Hey, look. Let me tell y'all women something. Look, this is so real, and y'all women are listen. If my dad would have told me that that women are dangerous, I would have been prepared. Because look, Psalms 103 talks about how angels exceed in strength, but if women look what it says. It said women have allured the watchers, and the watchers are more strongly and physically stronger than angels. I mean, than men. So if y'all strong enough to allure watchers, look what y'all can do to us. Look at read 6. Look what y'all did to the angels.
Yeah. For real. And that just lets you know, like, it's something about a woman's beauty, and the Most High made it that way.
Man,
the Most High made it that way. A woman's beauty is not to be taken for granted or underestimated or not appreciated. But that's another aspect of submission. As a woman, you ought to submit that. The more elevated you are, the more you humble yourself.
The more beautiful you are, you humble yourself.
Exactly.
But the more beautiful, listen, the most beautiful girl, the most fine girl is the one that we all hit. I pass it to my boys, and he hit. We have fun with the beautiful girls, the most fine girls. Y'all don't know that, do y'all?
I mean, ain't nothing new under the sun.
Come on, man. We have fun with the beautiful girls.
They say, for thus they allure the watchers who were before the flood.
And I ain't trying to brag on that.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
Woman so fine, she caused an angel to fall.
Shoot, the angels get locked up behind that, y'all. They right there locked up to this day.
They made a pact. They made a covenant and said, let us go down there and mess with them.
200 descending on Mount Aaron.
Y'all women are dangerous, and y'all should be aware of that.
And y'all, they was so-called black women. Let's get this straight. So-called black women, too.
Yep.
That made Solomon act like he was following the gods of them. This is how bad it was. Solomon was done. And a lot of us come from Solomon, same seed. Well, all of us did, right? But I'm talking about straight from the house of Judah, straight from the house of Jesse. A lot of us come from that. And can you imagine how hard it is from the fall of Solomon, right? Man, that's hard. Right. Who's that? D? You on here, D? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I'm right here with
you. I was muted out, my bad.
Yeah, I'm listening, man.
You listening?
Okay. Look at this. It says everything y'all saying, it just brings a lot to mind, man. Like when it comes to what do women really want? You know what I mean? Like, look at this. It says, "For thus they allured the watchers who were before the flood. For as these continually beheld them, they lusted after them, and they conceived the act in their mind, for they changed themselves into the shape of men." Right? Because angels can appear as men, and appeared to them when they were with their husbands. Y'all see that?
Yep.
I'm with
It said that they changed themselves into the appearance of men, and they appeared to them when they were with their husbands.
So what that means? That's deep.
And the
Ooh,
women
that's deep.
lusting what? And the women lusting in their minds after their forms. Right? They was with their husbands.
That's what they call that, eyeballing another man. You watching another man in front of me. Think about that.
They was with their husbands, right? And they lusted after these angels who appeared as men.
Celebrities.
In another account, it'll tell you that when they came down, they took to themselves wives. They took themselves wives. They come down and like how these, and you, this is how you know it's the spirit. This is the spirit of the evil spirits, even in the music. What do these rappers tell you? What have y'all heard many rappers say? While you listening to the music, bobbing your head, how many times you heard a rapper say, tell you in the song he'll take your girl and do whatever with her and then send her back to you?
To the point where R. Kelly and Usher said, same girl, same girl. Remember that?
Yeah, that's the spirit that we dealing with. The Nephilim spirit. It's in the music. It said these women lusted after them when they was with their husbands.
Yep.
It's funny, man, because I was looking at this video of this lady. She was a promoter for a rapper. I think it's NBA Youngboy or something like that. And she told this story about how she was in New Orleans and they were out at this place and they was doing like a photo shoot or whatever. And she was standing out and she said she seen this girl leave from where her baby daddy was, come over there to where the dude was, and asked him basically if she could give him head or whatever. He turned her down, but this is a prime example of that. Prime example. You lusting after another dude while your man is there with you. You see what I'm saying? Now I'm sure that dude probably didn't know nothing about that or whatever, But you see it right here. While they were with their husbands, they lusted after these men. What y'all laughing at?
Well, Paul, bro, you know you laughing at the story, bro.
Oh, that was funny, huh? Y'all don't think that's real life?
No, I ain't say I didn't. I think it's funny, bro. Regardless, it's funny. It's just sick, man. Got a sick sense of humor.
I mean, but this is what we reading.
That's what I'm saying. She's just there humiliating my man. It's like they humiliated they men. Just like the women humiliate their men to this day. But look, though, this is the thing, right? The scriptures say you're supposed to put her away. Y'all can get to that if y'all want. I don't know about her.
You talk about uncleanness?
The Messiah said it too. He said, for fornication's sake, you can cut that off.
Yeah.
Yeah. Indeed.
Yep. So let me ask you this, E. When these women did these with these watchers, these angels, did they return back to their husbands?
I don't know if they wanted to after that.
They gave birth to the giants, right?
Yeah. Not with that being put up in them, they don't want to return back to that.
You get some heavily pounding.
Oh my God!
Come down from heaven. Came down to pound.
Hey, listen,
you know what I'm saying?
Listen, the hawk, though. The hawk.
The origin of Pound Town, right?
We cannot. No competition.
Look,
I ain't got no competition with heavenly. Heavenly,
come on,
you know what I'm saying? I ain't got no competition with that.
That's a shapeshifter. That's like saying a shapeshifter.
Yes, E.
Come on, man.
I'm thinking
you
all
got
kind of
knocked
nasty.
Look, you got knocked down by Stretch Armstrong.
Come on, man.
Hey, bro.
Ain't no competition.
Hey, listen though, bro. The funny part is it didn't say that they was nice to him at all, man. That shit don't mean they was nice to him or nothing, bro.
Come on, man.
Left the broads with the babies raising giants, man. Them niggas ain't care.
Man. That's
These
why I say
they left their own estate, their own habitat to come down and to lay some smack down.
That's why I don't play no games. Listen, y'all will hear me say it's a choice, right? It's a choice. Like this is for real talk, man. Y'all realize a whole baby can come out of there, right?
Yep.
And she chilling.
No matter who go up in there, no matter who go in there.
Y'all, I'm just gonna say that. We gotta, y'all get it. You know what I'm saying? It's reality. It's a choice. I commend the women, and hey, matter of fact, where my sound effects at? If I can get to them, my applause. I can't get to it, man. Something wrong with my media thing. I'll fix it, but I commend the women who can say, man, I'm gonna be with one man, because even a man who can say the same thing,
My mother.
That's a choice,
one man,
bro.
My dad. Yep.
That's a choice. If you can be with one person for that many years and still find pleasure and still, keep it going, hey, man, praise y'all. For real, because these women back then was not having that. They saw them dudes and they was like, nigga, get up. I want that. Look, while they were with their husbands, right? So that means mid-stroke.
Yes, sir. Yep. Wow. They was with
mid-stroke. And she, come on, bro. You got to see it for what it is. I know we don't want to talk. Some of y'all probably, I don't like how they talk.
Nah, bro.
This stuff is happening. It's happening right now.
It's happening right now. It ain't even got to be a watcher. It could be the dude next door.
Yes, sir.
It's women leaving their husbands right now just so they can go out and be in the street.
Yep.
Just to be free. And look though, like Jay, me and Jay talk about it often. Leaving the covering. If a nigga seeking the Most High. It's crazy, bro.
Yeah, the deprived were depraved and reprobate, and that's the type of men that most women desire.
And let me tell y'all
look
this
too. Look at all these women, man. They want like they only want these thugs, and you know, like this one chick get online speaking against these brothers. They start a movement where they, you know, they changing how they dress, you know. They looking more dapper now. She against that, speaking against that. You know, I don't like that, and y'all dressing like the white man, and you know, all this kind of.
Why you got a suit and tie on? Y'all gay. You got a suit and tie on? Y'all gay.
Like y'all want the very type of dudes that y'all speak out in the open against. Them the type of dudes that smashing at the end of the night. Down low dudes and thugs and all this kind of stuff. Yeah, they was reprobate, just like a lot of these dudes are, and these are the type of dudes that women desire. Reprobates. Right? You even hear women say, these types of dudes had the best sex.
Yep.
Thugs had the best sex. This is stuff females be saying.
They made a song. Mary J. Blige made a song about it. She said, "Mr. Wrong feels so good."
Yeah.
But he breaks my heart so bad. Come on,
what
man.
She say, bad dudes ain't no good. Good dudes ain't no fun.
Good dudes ain't no fun. Yep. It's in the music, man. And then you dudes ain't no better. Look, these dudes ain't no better. This is the downfall of Judah right here. Because look, a bitch she'll be a whore and all that, and she'll be confident about it because she know another simp ass nigga gonna take her ass with her 5 kids. Because you got niggas out there in the DM being all horny, too damn horny, and that's why these women think that way. Because we don't know how to put a whore in her rightful place. You're a nigga, a whore cheat on her husband, and a damn man to go marry her ass.
Yeah, and that's why man. I was saying yesterday it's our fault as men. You know, if we were more on code as men, you know, and we was able to deal with the lust aspect, because the thing about it is this: only a person who done dealt with it and seen the end result of it, you know, can speak on it. You know what I mean? And when the scriptures tell you what it's telling you, it say a lot of young men have basically let me read it for how it is.
Mm-hmm.
It tells you, it says, for many have fornication destroyed. No, I'm going to start up here. It says, for a pit unto the soul is the sin of fornication, separating it from Elohim and bringing it near to idols. Right? This is where, when it say idols, right, this is where you see a lot of dudes who get so sprung and they'll do anything for a female. You know, this is what that is. This is idolatry, because what happens also is women do things that men don't know they doing. You know, like if you get with a certain type of female that thinks she understand how to do certain things to keep a dude around, and she been listening to her auntie and all them, seen them do it. Now she putting stuff in your food and, you know, doing all kind of weird shit. Now, you know, you wondering why you tied to this woman. You see what I'm saying? And it's all because of that lust. That's why I said bring you near to idols. You don't even know you dealing with a woman who working witchcraft against you and practicing idolatry just to get you to respond a certain type of way. Because she listening to her friends, or, you know, they part of some group or whatever her own beliefs are, whatever she been taught. This is what she doing against you. That's why I say they plot in their heart against you. It's telling you. It say they plot against men in their hearts, right? And they deceive your mind. And if they can't overcome you by their looks, they use what? They use craft.
Hey, my dad told me something about his I got a sister that I ain't never talked to. So my dad got another child out there by his baby mama, but he told me that she the grandma she was so crazy about him that she had told her mother to put a hex on my dad, and she ended up putting the menstrual cycle in the spaghetti and putting the damn hits on my dad. And he ain't been the same since to this day. To this day, he'll tell you he ain't been the same.
And see, all of this, it's funny because all of this stuff is in our records, y'all. All of this stuff is in our records. The reason we as men fall susceptible to that stuff is because of that spirit of lust that's in us. Yep. Joseph went through the same thing. Y'all remember that Potiphar's wife that kept trying to get at Joseph? She tried all of that. She went as far as having this man thrown in jail. She was so mad, she had the man thrown. Now, who does that today? Ain't that the the mantra of the Egyptian woman or the American woman? Call the police on your ass. Woman.
When she can't get what
she'll call the police on your ass while you recording her beating you. When the police get there, she'll lie and say you hit her, and all you got to do is show them the phone. She had this man thrown in prison. While he was in prison, she went down to see him. Listen. She had him thrown in jail and then went to go see him while he was in jail. How many niggas done been through that?
Bond, you want to beat the girl ass or whatever, then she come bond you out.
Look, brought him food. You done had this nigga thrown in jail. You say what?
You can't make this up.
You can't. Look, you done had this man thrown in jail. He down there in the bottom of the pit. You royalty. You done went all the way down to the bottom of the pit to see this nigga. You done had thrown in jail and brought him something to eat. Commissary.
Who that sound like?
They're your commissary. Come on, y'all, listen. She tried to put a hex on his food. He told her, look, I already know what you doing. This shit ain't gonna work. And he ate it. She tried to stop him from eating it. Because he wasn't overcome by the spirit of lust. And that's why Joseph is really our example.
And that's what we fall short at, our lust. Remember what you asked earlier? Now, what's your answer to that? What's the reason why a man falls short when it comes down to a woman? Is it because of the woman? Because look what you just said about Joseph. He could have went. Look at all them wild she did. That don't mean Testament of Reuben is not saying that you don't have a choice. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yep.
This is a choice for us men to be overcome by the craft of a woman. We wouldn't be overcome if we didn't have the lust in the first place. And that's why I said sin starts with the damn lust first. The strong desire. Like, you got dudes right now getting caught being with transgenders because they can't counter their lust.
Yeah.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know how deep this is? You niggas in clubs right now. You know how many times I told my man, you dancing with a girl. Then when you dancing with a boy, and when the lights came off, you want to act like he didn't know. Nigga, I told you. We shouldn't even be in the same place as them. That's why I stopped going out. Cause they're everywhere.
Y'all know transgenders, man. That's something I don't see how brothers can fall or slip to that. You know, I know they play these little games where, you know, you try to judge the transgender, you know, and you see the woman look like a real woman. But my thing is this: if you all made up like that, I'm already skeptical. You know what I'm saying? A man know a woman when he see one. Like, there's your nature and everything. You know what a woman waistline look like as opposed to a man's. You know what I'm saying? You should know that. You know how, you know, the waistline curves in. You know what I'm saying? In the middle by the ribs. But if you didn't know that, now you know.
Listen. Hey, listen. It's man.
Hold on, man. Hold on.
Don't
I'm
know,
gonna
now you
stop. I'm gonna stop one day. But we should know that, man. And I don't know, bro. I'm skeptical about that. You know, women, like, y'all remember that movie, The Goodfellas?
Yep.
In that movie, it showed like the wigs and the weave and all that, how all that stuff became prominent and who was really using it. Black women really took on the nature and the culture of the other women, like them Italian women. You know, a lot of them used to wear that makeup and weave and sit up in the beauty supply and the hair place, getting their hair done and got all this fake stuff on. That's what they did. You know what I'm saying? To cover up blemishes and try to make themselves look young, and, you know, y'all know how them women do. No, that's why I say, no offense, man. Like, me personally, I don't see how no brother can do it. You know, I don't like name a white woman past the age of 35 that look good.
Past 25, they done at 25, bro. You said 35. You went too far. 25, they start looking old. Come on, man.
I'm telling you, man, like they.
Matter of fact, put a baby in her. Put a baby in her. Put a baby in her. See what happened to her. Put a baby in a white girl. See what happened to her.
Man.
They is not like the black women. They is not like them. Put a baby in her.
They start turning to a science project.
Talk to a damn third grade teacher.
They start looking like George Bush, bro. Like, once they get like 30 something.
You talking about that permanent crease in the cheeks? I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, like in that nose and that small face, like, you know.
Ain't nowhere in hell you should be with a white girl. Don't even make sense. Don't even make sense. And then they smell like water. Come on, man.
Nah, it smell worse than that.
Everything just wet. You know, just wet clothes. Like, come on, man.
Water.
You didn't dry your clothes? You didn't dry the rest of your clothes? Come on, man. So like wet clothes in the back.
It smell like clothes that was just washed with water and no detergent. You ever forgot to put the detergent in the machine?
Smell like a flooded basement.
I'm just saying, man, you know, and some sure experiences vary, you know, but you know what I mean? It's just one of them things, man. I don't know. But this is telling you right here. The outward attraction.
Outside.
The outward attractions. Like outside. Yeah. depending on where you at outside, I guess.
I know.
But
Nature.
the lust, man, I think, like you said, that's the key element. You know, the lust, the desire, you know, for things that we're not supposed to have. You know, me and my wife had this talk oftentimes, and you know, it's in jest or whatever. You know, women gonna always be jealous over their husbands. You know, women gonna always want their husbands to themselves, that type of thing. No problem with that. You know, I was telling her that if I'm out and I see a woman with her butt out, you know, and I see that, I'm not looking at that, although I see it. Y'all get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
It's like instead of trying to direct where my eyes go, like if it's really a problem, why don't women correct other women? You know, when that woman went up to another woman and said, "Hey, I don't appreciate what you have on," you know, in front of my husband, in front of the other women's husbands that's here.
What about my boys? I got young boys right here, and you see women walking in Walmart with bathing suits on, and that's another stupid thing. A woman will walk with a bathing suit down in the public and cover up when you see them in their panties and bra. Ain't that the same shit?
Yeah. Yeah. Same thing.
So I can see you in the bathing. I can see you in a bikini, but I can't see you in your panties and bra. What the hell the difference is? In the bikini, it's a damn thong. You basically naked in a bikini.
Yeah. You know, and I can understand the concern. I can understand the concern, you know. But my thing is, you know, I see stuff all the time. You know, I see it and I weigh it in my mind, you know. Like if I see a woman, I'm not really into women who are provocative like that. Like if you see a female walking around, even if she might be shapely or whatever, or fine according to whatever standard, that's just not my thing personally. You know, never have really been into that. So when I see it, I see a female who's trying to draw attention to herself. You see what I'm saying? She's doing this on purpose.
You said Walmart.
But Walmart, that's the freak show.
The freak show.
Oh, you gonna always see it at Walmart.
Definitely at Walmart, man. That's
Walmart.
The mall.
It's going down at Walmart for sure.
Definitely. They might put the bikini. They might try the bikini on in the hall right there at Walmart.
Walk around with it. They come to Walmart with it on.
With the water on everything.
You said he's trying that shit on in the aisle.
Yeah, for real. Don't even go to the dressing room.
Hey, naked in that bitch. Fuck it.
Why would you though? Why would you? You came in like.
Man, that's crazy. You like, damn, like you just hopped straight out the shower and just came to the stove. You didn't even get out the bed.
I know.
Look, I would be surprised you see somebody that come up there with just a towel on, some flip flops. Like, damn, you
I've seen it before.
I
seen it, bro. I seen it before with a towel. I seen it in Walmart.
But they must have just came from the pool. Then I'm gonna say that.
Same. What's the difference? They both got wet. They both got wet. Come on, man.
Hey, you don't know what to
What's the
expect out of
difference?
Walmart, bro. Real talk. All nations in that motherfucker.
That nigga said the
depleted,
pool.
dog.
What's the difference?
Hey, for real.
Well, at least the
Walmart,
pool, you got a
Walmart is a
bathing
crazy
suit on.
place, bro.
Yeah,
You
but
know,
the pool is
you might have left the pool, or you might have been like, I need to run to the store real quick and get something, and you got your swimsuit on or whatever. I give them that, okay.
All
But
right,
you come
all right.
straight out the shower with a towel. You know, man, come on, bro. Come on, G. Come on, G. Nah, we ain't have that. That's straight disgusting. I already told y'all about that, man. Then you got the bonnet on. Like, okay, we're gonna let the bonnet slide, but at least put some clothes on, man.
Yeah, because a man really don't give a man don't care about no
Look
damn
like-
hair.
Look,
You know what I'm saying?
you look like you work in a
We like that body.
pizzeria.
Motherfucker tossing a pizza up or down.
You like you work at Luigi's Pizza. You ain't work at Domino's. You work at Luigi's. You work at the pizzeria.
With the body, bro, you going
All right, I'm gonna chill.
don't have no white one on.
Is sisters in the chat got bonnets
Real
on
talk.
right now.
Our Walmart.
They got on bonnets. They at the house.
The reason why y'all got bonnets on is because y'all scared to show y'all natural hair. That's the only reason why.
Well, they're at the house, so
Nah, they scared in the house.
they scared at
They,
the
they,
house.
they look past. They scared at the house. They look past. Look. I seen the same. Look, a woman. She humble as hell when she ain't got that wig and weave in her hair. And as soon as she put that weave in her hair, she start taking pictures. She starts being sassy at the man. She start talking back to you. As soon as you put it on. Yep. It's a personality change. Yep.
It's like they turning a superwoman.
Humble as hell with their hair on.
And that's true because I seen that in real time. For real. When I used to stock for Walmart overnight, you know, there was this young girl, man, real cool, real sweet girl, always spoke. You know, she put one of them Cruella de Vil's on one time and act like she couldn't even speak. I said, "Oh, I see what it is. Okay, I ain't fool with you. I'm gonna let you do it." Talking about a Cruella de Vil.
Listen, how a man, women, let's just be real. Women want men to pull their hair and shit. How the hell I'm gonna pull your hair and it's not yours?
Hey, it is theirs according to them.
Yeah, because they bought it, huh? I'm talking about when I pull it up, we'll stop the act because I pulled your hair off, huh?
Hey, man.
Stop it, man.
A lot of them, that's why they use wigs now. They can pull the wigs off. You got to worry about that. Now you just got the snap pea in the back. That little rubber band, you know, that's holding that little piece at the back. I'm telling you, man, look, y'all need to start letting that go, letting that flow some, so brothers can get used to that. I'm telling you. Stop, just let it flow. You know what I'm saying? Fluff it out, style it, you know what I'm saying? And just get used to that. Put that other stuff down, man, because I'm telling you, it ain't about the hair with the men like how y'all think. If anything,
we don't care about it. Yeah.
If anything is you know, with us, get you that one go-to style, you know what I'm saying?
Yep.
And just work on everything else. I'm telling you, you won't lose.
Look how many men are still here Amber Rose and that bitch bald.
Now Amber Rose, yeah, but she cut her hair like that. I'm just saying, like, don't try to hide it no more.
Did it. Yeah.
We know that rubber band not gonna hold everything in at the top. but just let it flow for a while. You know what I'm saying? It'll work. You know what I'm saying? With time, work on the other stuff. You know what I'm saying? Trust me, we got our flaws too as men.
Yep.
We're not sitting here, come on with it, man. We got to get used to each other is what I'm saying.
Y'all don't see Kadar. Y'all don't see Kadar trying to go to the barbershop and they cut dreads on him. like you in San Andreas. You go to the barbershop, you go in the barbershop, you bald as hell, but you leave out with dreads. Come on, man. You don't see Kadar. Y'all don't see Kadar doing that. He's comfortable with himself. And when a man is comfortable with himself, everybody else will be comfortable with him. So if you women start being comfortable with yourself, we'll be comfortable with y'all. But when y'all start hiding and being insecure and stuff like that, then we see that shit. I told my brother, hey, when you start acting like you insecure and stuff like that, women see that shit. They know when a man is not secure in himself and don't have no confidence. They play on that.
Man, look,
be secure in yourself.
I'm telling you, bro.
Yes, sir.
I'm telling you.
You're talking about a real man. A real man like real shit. Real nails, real hair, real face, real ass and titties. Excuse my language, not. But y'all know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. I'm telling you, man, a lot of this stuff is it's for show, And at the end of the day, it really don't even matter. You know what I mean? It really don't. It really don't. What matters is how we conduct ourselves, because as far as looks go, I mean, nobody should have an issue with that. You know what I mean? Especially if you praying to the Most High for what your desire is, he gonna meet you where you are. He know what you want. He know what you need. You know what I'm saying? We stuck on this idea of drop dead gorgeous and beauty and all that, and you can find all that with who you with. You know what I'm saying? Our people are beautiful, men and women. We are beautiful, man. And it's time to just start seeing it in each other.
Hey, I had when I was a kid, I had a crush on this girl that was way older than me. And I ended up finding my wife that looked just like her. So, thank y'all. Hey, look, there's a lot of women out there. And if you want somebody to look like somebody, then she out there. Trust me. I had a fantasy and I got it when I got older. All praise.
Look, check this out, man. The fact of the matter is, bro, like you put earlier in Ruben, that shit is wild. Those are all wiles.
Yeah.
To deceive a man. So the whole point is so back to the point, dog. The whole point is to get a man thrown off. So everything really is about Israel, huh? They want y'all women to be misleading, and they want us to be misled. We gotta stop falling for it, y'all. Put some motherfucking clothes on. Be humble. Soberness. Childbearing. Ain't that what Paul said? And for the fellas, man, we gotta stop falling for the flesh, man. Simple.
Yep.
But not so simple because we in the flesh, right? Let me be realistic.
It's easy to say.
It is simple. It's just putting it in perspective. You know what I'm saying? It's just putting it in proper perspective. Like with a lot of women, they have issue with a lot of dudes and how they dudes approach them, right? Whereas women have control in situations as well. You might have a situation where a woman, let's say women are attracted to certain types of dudes. You know what I'm saying? And women have a way of putting something on a man's mind to make him consider. You know, if a dude, you might be attracted to him, you know, but he might approach you in a way that's not appealing to you, even though he might look a certain type of way, you're attracted to him, and you can let him know, you know, hey, just let him know, you know, how he's addressing you or coming at you could be different. You know what I'm saying? Just put it on his mind. You don't have to go for it right away, and just see how he handled it.
Hey, Brother E, if he truly like her, he would change the way he came at you. I done seen a lot of women, I done seen a lot of men come at women thinking that she was like the other type of women and put them in this place. And he said, I'm sorry, Ma, and changed his way he came at her and still got the number. So she corrected him and he still got the number.
It's like it's some women who know that men are supposed to be the lead, and they'll put a man in his place.
Yep. Put him right in his place. And guess what? That man gonna stay in his place with her too.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like, nah, I gotta come at her a certain type of way, you know what I'm saying? And it'll make him do it.
Yep.
You gotta know that. You can do that as a woman, you know what I'm saying? You, even if you're attracted to a man, you can have control. You can have your own control within that attraction.
I remember women used to come in the house or come in any scenario, and men used to take their hats off back in the day. Y'all remember that?
Yep. Yep. You ain't gotta do that stuff now.
Hell no, you ain't doing it now.
No. But it's a lot of ways we can work together, man, without putting the pressure on all the men or all the women. You know what I mean? Some men just haven't been checked or corrected, just like a lot of women haven't. You know what I'm saying? Some men haven't either.
Yep.
You know, we think because of society, we got to have this approach and, you know, do this and do that. And it's like, you know, we got to put all that in perspective, man. Women, y'all gotta reinforce the standard. A lot of men do what they do because it's what women like, or women act like they like that. So now I gotta present myself this way or come out this way because it's what the females like.
And because, and no offense to the women in chat, but the women in chat, y'all have to teach the other women, because it's too many of women, it's too many of y'all being bunched together and saying that y'all all the same. So y'all have to separate each other. So the righteous women have to tell these wicked women that they are being wicked. And this is why men is leaving y'all. You have to separate yourself, because men thinking y'all all the same, because not all of y'all are telling each other about yourself. The men are doing it. So if we are forced to tell y'all don't even like us when we tell y'all about yourselves. So if another woman tell y'all about yourself, come on, man.
Yeah, that's why I don't
help each other out.
That's why I don't buy that a woman will submit to a righteous man.
Right.
Because a righteous man gonna tell you, hey, you need to go change. Or you need to you know, I don't like you talking like that or presenting yourself like that. You know what I'm saying? That's what a righteous man gonna do. Righteous man gonna tell you, nah, you're not finna be going out to the club and leaving my kids, or leaving me with the kids and you out at the club or whatever. I don't go to the club.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care about none of that. Your homegirls and none of that. That's what a righteous man gonna do. So who really want a righteous man? Raise your hand.
Yep.
For real.
And I said it before. You in the truth, if you're in the truth, you have no business dealing with a guy that's not in the truth.
Yeah.
Don't make no sense. Do it make sense, E? As I'm stretching, as picking on somebody in personal, or I'm just talking in general, just speaking the truth. Women, y'all be led by men. So if your man is in Christianity, he gonna lead you in Christianity by virtue.
Yep.
If you is in the truth. I don't care if your ass is, and he's the stronger influence. Eventually, your ass gonna be taking sides with him. You're gonna start saying Gentiles can be saved.
Yep.
Because he's a Christian.
Yep.
We have the power of influence. If a man, listen, do you know how many men can actually, if they got good game, they can actually talk your wife out of sleeping with them or cheating on you?
Yeah.
It happens all the time, man. What the hell we talking about? We live in the real life. It happens all the time. The certain guy got to talk to the certain married woman, and she gone.
Yep. That's why, you know, all that stuff, man, is just, you know, it's part of the game that people play. You know, I just think that for those who are sincere, you know, about these kind of things, these are the discussions we need to have. I said yesterday, man, we all zealous and excited about what's going on, you know, but excuse me, at the same time, while this is happening, we need to concern ourselves with what we do have control over. You know, we don't know what Trump gonna do tomorrow or the next time he gonna pass gas and the media gonna put it out there, and you know, now we want to run and tie everything he doing to see what the Most High doing. And the Most High is telling us what he doing. He watching us. You know, he trying to see while this is going on, how many of his people gonna take heed to the truth, gonna show some enthusiasm about knowing and understanding who they are. Remember, he said that our people didn't serve him with joyfulness and gladness of heart. Our people got to where they was reluctant about it. And so now, you know, we living in this time, and we seeing this and we seeing that, and we're ignoring the basics of a nation. What is the basic foundation of a nation? Right? It's the people, it's the culture, it's the ways of life, it's the men and the women, families, right, coming together and growing. And I'm gonna be honest, man, I can't even really, you know, I remember in the 80s growing up, that was like the tail end of the family era. The late 80s going into the 90s, you know, into the 90s, it kind of continued, but then it dwindled away because they started to take a lot of stuff away. You know, a lot of the sitcoms and a lot of the different things that our people was used to. So that was the tail end of the family era. You know, I remember the last family reunion my family had. I was probably about 8 years old, 7 to 8 years old. And that was back in the 80s. As time progressed, you start to see less and less family reunions. And I thought it was just my family, you know. But then you looked around and it's this family, that family. You had a few families that still did their thing, and you might have had a homeboy or whatever who, you know, they family had a family reunion or a girlfriend or whatever. But then that started to dwindle over time.
Yep.
So
you ain't lying, E. You ain't lying. 4 years ago, 4 or 5 years ago, me and my wife went to my family reunion, and it was in Atlanta, man. And it was just like, to be honest with you, it just felt like it was just me and my wife, man. Honestly, because the love has waxed cold. It says because iniquity has abounded, the love of many has waxed cold. And in Atlanta, you know, ain't number faggots, man. I got so many faggots in my family, man.
yeah.
It don't make no sense.
It's crazy, man. And you look at that kind of stuff, and it's like now you come into the family reunion, and you know now you got to deal with that. You know, it's really not even a family reunion no more. It's a DEI reunion.
Faggot reunion.
You know, these ain't family DEI reunions and diversity, equity, and inclusion reunions and shit. You know, like I thought we was kinfolk. It's DEI, nigga. You know,
nigga, you don't see the Nathan. You don't see the Josiah Israel, the Hebrew. Come on, man. Are we Hebrew Israelites? You don't see
all Negroes are. All Negroes are. Nice thumbnail picture.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's all that is now. So you look at now, right? Now you see everything is pretty much diminished, right? The whole family aspect is diminished. You know what I'm saying? Everything is pretty much gone, and now we being attacked for it. Now we're hearing there are no fathers in the home, right? Black people don't stick together. Whereas when we did those things, everything was done systemically to break those things up. Now you have all these other groups, you know, that's strengthening themselves and growing their cultures, growing every aspect of themselves off of the backs of what we do and what we've done. While we're diminishing. Now I'm gonna show you something in the scripture.
Hey, brother E, drop the link.
Drop the link. What happened?
Yeah.
For who?
He said, "Do you know this open panel? That dude Nathan, that white dude, whoever he is."
Okay. Look at this.
Yep.
Deuteronomy 28:43, it say, the stranger that is within thee shall get up above thee very high, and thou shalt come down very low. See, that's what's happening to us. That's what has happened to us. As our cultures and as we were diminishing over time, what started to happen in our communities? Foreigners start to come in, take up all the businesses, and now we have to go to them for what we need. So all of this is written, all this is mapped out in the scriptures. It says, now I'm dropping a link, right? I was really finna get ready to end this, man, but we've been on here.
Oh. Yeah, you can end this 3 hours. 3 hours.
I'll drop it for a minute.
Yeah. I didn't even know it was 3 hours. Dang.
Yeah. I'm doing this just for a minute. You know, I don't want to be too long for the guy just coming in. You know, we have been on here 3 hours. I don't know if you've been watching or what. Let's see what's going on.
What do we gotta say?
Yo, what's up? Can y'all hear me?
Nathan on the panel. What's going on?
I'm doing all right. How are you guys doing?
I was good.
I'm all right. What's going on?
I don't know. Now, just to clarify, the reason I asked if you guys are Israelites because I just happened to see the open panel, so I wasn't familiar with your channel, so it wasn't out of disrespect. I just wasn't familiar with your YouTube channel because I'm just seeing y'all for the first time.
Okay, yeah, we are.
Okay. Would you guys? You're not affiliated with some of these other camps like ISUPK or Genesis, correct or wrong?
No, we're not connected with any other camps other than the belief that we are the people.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That's interesting. You know, you guys hold the view that that do you guys believe in reincarnation in the Bible, or you guys don't hold to that?
That's nothing that we hold to here personally. We haven't really dealt with anything like that.
Okay. But like as I'm let me say this, like I've watched some of these other camps over the years and they do teach that there's a reincarnation in the Bible. So do you guys say that you haven't looked into it, or you just don't accept that as part of the doctrine?
I would say both. Uh, we know that the scripture tells us when it comes to that when a person dies, that they have nothing else to do with anything under the sun. And as far as doctrines, we haven't really even dealt with it or looked into it. So that's not really anything that we.
All right, fair enough. Fair enough. Well, how about when it comes to like the prophecy? Like I know that GMS, for an example, they're big on pushing those prophecies. You guys push that here, or what's your views on that?
Which ones in particular?
Like say for one example, like the Whore of Babylon in Revelation 17 and 18. A vast majority of Israelite camps teach that that's America. Do you guys agree, or you disagree with them?
We agree that America is Babylon in the last days.
Okay, fair enough. So I'm saying, like, are you guys out there preaching against it, or is it just like a topic if somebody happened to mention the subject? Because other camps are out there, you know, speaking like weekly about the topic. So I'm just curious as to what you guys teach over here regarding that.
We teach that America is Babylon. What we do pretty much is we fellowship online. Some of the brothers have done things outside of this. I've done things outside of this. But what we do here is we just fellowship online. As far as America, we teach that America is Babylon in the end days, and that judgment will happen to America in the last days. Matter of fact, the judgments are happening right now as we speak, you know, not only here, but around the world, according to prophecy.
What would you name as some of those things that are like happening today that you'd correlate with the prophecy, just out of curiosity?
Well, when you look at the unrest between the nations that's stirring up, prophecy speaks of Babylon being flooded with men in the last days, you know, with men of other nations, and how these nations will roar against Babylon. And all of this is happening because of the judgment that the Most High promised to bring on the nation as a result of Genesis 15, when he spoke with Abraham. The nations are dealing with the judgments because of the treatment that the nations have perpetuated against the Most High's people. And so,
all right, I understand what you're saying. It sounds reasonable. Well, like, what's your stance against say like Christianity or Islam, for instance?
we believe that both Christianity and Islam are anti the Most High, anti-truth, and that they are in fact institutions. When you look at when the Most High told Israel that when he scattered them into other nations, that they would serve other gods, Christianity and Islam would be good representations of that. These are the religions and the institutions that have, through conquest, ruled over our people, stripped us of our heritage, our identities, and we are now to this day subject to these religions.
Okay, I understand. One more thing, and then I'll let you guys get going because you did want to end the stream. But recently, I've had some Israelites telling me that they believe that Europeans are actually Israel. like Israelites in Europe. What do you guys think of that? Like, how would you debunk their claim about saying like the Vangals and Goths are like tribes that are actually Israelites over in Europe? Have you guys heard of that idea before?
Vaguely. We've dealt with some of that before when you deal particularly with the Latter-day Saints movement. I don't know if you're familiar. I'm sure you may be familiar with that. And the origin of that in Europe and how they claim to be descendants of the Israelites. Currently, I can't say I know of any camps that say that. There are camps that advocate for Europeans being grafted in spiritually and that kind of thing. And so that's my understanding on that.
Right. Like, say, for instance, right, like a big camp that recently came out that might have not said exactly what I laid out there because that's a different camp. But now these Genesis dudes came out recently, and now they're teaching that salvation is open to like all nations, you know. So
Right.
like apparently they're now teaching that like Esau must be included among that salvation as well. You know, I just find that weird how these guys, you know, they were teaching for like 13 years under Alazar that salvation's only for Israel. And then here it is within like what 2 or 3 months now, they've recently changed the doctrine to now teach that all nations are you know, open for salvation. So would you guys like diss on them or, you know, speak against them?
So
Because they consider themselves
let me ask you
Israelites as well. Yep.
let me ask you this to your question. So you
Yeah.
see a shift in their doctrine too. So you see something strange in their doctrine too, huh?
Yeah, I see that. Like, say, for instance, like I've been watching them for a while, like most other channels on YouTube. I keep up with what's going on in these different sects and you know communities on here. So I was like, yeah, you know, it seems strange how these guys been on here, you know, having debates with like Vocab and other Christians for like 13 years, and then within the last month or two, they now changed their doctrine to where now salvation is for all nations, whereas previously, 5 months ago, if you went up to him on the streets and asked him about it, they tell you it wasn't for all nations. So they changed it. Some say it's for like a financial gain or whatever, but they say they're like evolving to like, you know, new heights and understanding or something like that.
Yeah.
So what
I
do you
would say,
what do you believe?
What do I believe? I mean, well, by definition, I could be classified as a Christian because I do believe in Christ, but I'm knowledgeable enough to understand that Christ did say that not everybody who calls upon him is going to receive salvation. So it's very clear that Christ is not for everybody, according to the Bible.
I would say
Go ahead, E.
when it comes to some of the groups you mentioned, like Genesis, we are familiar with what they bring out. A lot of what they do, if you ask us, could be motive based. But that's, you know, that's neither here nor there. You know what I mean? They made a lot of changes in some of their beliefs, especially when it comes to salvation, that kind of thing. And I guess you're kind of wondering where we stand on that. When it comes to salvation, the first thing I like to do is I like to put salvation in proper perspective. When you look at Christianity sort of puts the cart before the horse when it comes to salvation. And what I mean by that is when you're dealing with the New Testament, because this is what Christianity does a lot when dealing with salvation and how it's allocated. We go to the New Testament and we read scriptures where it talks about salvation and who it applies to. We read phrases where it asserts that salvation is for all who believe, that type of thing. But what we have to do with salvation is we have to put it in proper biblical perspective. Salvation biblically, or the theme of it biblically, is the Most High delivering his people from their enemies and from harm and from the things that's being opposed against them. If you look at the theme of salvation throughout scripture, that's what you see. You see the Most High delivering Israel out of situations from other nations, from being harmed, from being oppressed. And so when you transition that into the New Testament, it's the same thing. However, in the New Testament, you're dealing with the precursor or the deeper understanding of the things that happen in the Old Testament. And so when you deal with the New Testament, when you're looking at salvation, you have to deal with it within the proper context and understanding of how salvation is dealt with from the scripture. And salvation from the scripture is the Most High saving his people from their enemies.
Right, I understand. But with that salvation topic, though, like, how would you guys say the law comes in to interact with that? Because, like, say, for instance, some camps will tell you that you do have to keep the law, but then they'll pretend that, like, some things in the law, like, don't matter anymore today. Like, say, for instance, they'll tell you got to keep all the law and believe on Christ to be saved. But then if you look at what they're teaching and how they live, they outright disregard some of the text in the Bible. Like, say, for one example, some of these guys out here will know that it's wrong to get a tattoo, right, a printing in the flesh, but they'll go out and still get it anyway, even knowing that it goes against the scriptures, for an example.
Right. As far as the law is concerned, the reason you see a lot of us waking up and referencing the law is because prophetically this was said to happen. And so the law religiously is looked at in a legal, you know, you hear people say is legalism, that kind of thing. Whereas biblically, the laws, the statutes, the commandments was the overall heritage of Israel. Like, for instance, I'm sure you would agree that here in America, there are laws, statutes, right, that we live by, commandments, things we should do and shouldn't do. And then you have judgments as a result of not abiding by those stipulations. You would agree with that, right?
Yeah, but I guess that correlates to the topic, though, because, like, say, for instance, like some of those laws that you said that you live by in America, some of them seem to go completely against the word of God. So, like, one chapter and verse I bring up that would go against these camps would be Matthew chapter 15, verse 7 and 9. It says, "These people, they honor me with their lips, but their heart is far from me. But in vain do they worship me, teaching the doctrine and the laws of men." You know, so a lot of these camps, they'll sit there and tell you to obey the law of the land. But then you ask them, well, what about the laws of the land that do go against God's word? So then they put themselves in a box because they'll tell you, we'll still go by it. But then on the other hand, they'll tell you that the laws of the land are, you know, corrupt, and some of them are evil and go against God's will and commandments, but still teach to abide by them. What's your thoughts on that?
Well, give me an example of what you mean by a law that.
Okay, I'll give you an example of one out of many. Like, in some states, you're not allowed to discipline your child if they act up. The Bible speaks that you can discipline your child. I'll give a bonus example. In many states, you can't have more than one wife, but we see in the Bible where a man's permitted to have multiple wives. So that's two examples for you where the law of the land is in contradiction to what the Bible teaches, but yet most of these camps will still tell you to abide by that law of the land. So it directly correlates with the verse I brought up, Matthew 15, verse 7 and 9. These people honor God with their lips, but their hearts from him. But in vain do they worship God, teaching the laws and the doctrines of men.
Mm-hmm.
Like yours.
I would say when it comes to the laws of the Most High, when you look at how America is structured, America does include a lot of the laws of the Most High. you know, when you look at general things like don't steal, don't kill, when it comes to adultery, things like that, this is where it gets
Well, sir, let me ask you on that though. I don't mean to overtalk you, but with that being said, like say for instance, like if you go online, it's not going to take very long until you get like pop-up ads that will tell you, you know, you can meet up with you know, a man's wife while he's at work. You know, you can meet up with, you know, mothers in the area, right? Or single women, or, you know, so on and so forth. You can meet up with women in relationships. So these things, there's apps out here in America promoting these evil and wicked behaviors. So perhaps some very basics of Americans' laws might correlate with some things in the Bible. But I don't know if you know this, but there are over 40,000 laws that are in America, whereas the Bible only has 613. So obviously there's thousands upon thousands upon thousands of laws in America that we don't read about in the Bible. So a vast majority of those laws and regulations would be not found in the Word of God. And before you respond, I'm just curious, would you say that Romans 13 means to obey the government, or does that not mean that in that chapter?
Well, we are subject to the governments in the places where we are scattered. And so while here we are to render unto Caesar what Caesar's, and in the process of that, we are to render to the Most High what's his. Now, when it comes to certain laws here, right, I can't really say there's anything that's law here that goes against the Most High's law that we have to follow. There are certain customs, like for instance, with the flyers and things like that. It's against God's law to commit adultery, but it's not against this nation's law. For so to speak, there are penalties in some cases depending on where you are, but there is no law that says thou shalt not commit adultery, because in some cases where that's done, you know, the person who did it can still find a loophole and still be rewarded. When it comes to Babylon, where we are now, there's one thing we have to understand is that the Most High said he would scatter us in these nations, right? Now I'm gonna read something from you. I don't know what you reference biblically and that type of thing, but I just want to share a passage with you that sort of.
Well, that's fine, but just real quick, someone from your audience made a very good point. They said the Bible says not to kill, but America legalizes abortion. So would you agree that's at least one example of laws of the land that directly go against God's laws and commandments? And that's just one point.
Well, once again, that's still a choice, you know, to
right.
do.
But I'm saying if it was going by God's regulations, that wouldn't be allowed whatsoever, because God views that as murder, according to was it Exodus 21:22. Right.
Agreed. And this is where the passage that I'm about to read to you is going to make that clear, because when it comes to God's law was only given to one people. And when you look at us being scattered into the nations that we're scattered in, all of this is a result, the end result of our ancestors not keeping the Most High's law. Because we didn't keep the law, because we didn't keep the covenant, the Most High kicked our ancestors out of the land. We are the descendants of that. So with us being removed from the land, that was our punishment. The prerequisite for us to have remained in our land within our culture and heritage was to keep the covenant. And so when he scattered us among these nations, it was for the purpose of us being spoiled, to be oppressed, and to be afflicted. And he said that we would be in error among the Gentiles and among the nations where he scattered us. This is why you see the Most High's law saying one thing, whereas the standards of this nation is saying something totally different, or they're allowing things that's against the Most High's law, because they can, we both know they can profit from those things. This is why I say when it comes to the law, we have to understand it in that light of culture, heritage, and people, because when our people didn't abide by it, that's what caused us to be removed and scattered. And this is why we're in these lands dealing with Christianity, Islam, all of the different wicked practices that's against the Most High that you're saying, laws of the land, that kind of thing. These are the uncleannesses of the nations that we're now subject to because of our disobedience, if that makes sense.
Well, let me press you on this though. Like, say for instance, like if you go to Romans 13, let me just read verse 4. It says, "For he is the minister of God to thee for good." So let's just stop there for a second. So you would agree with me that a minister, by definition, means man that has like authority over a church congregation, correct?
A minister is simply a servant.
Okay.
In any capacity for the Most High.
Okay, but going by that notion, so when it says here, I'll read verse 4 again at the top, it says, "For he is the minister of God to you for good." So you would tell me on one hand that America is evil and wicked and Babylon, but then on the other hand, they're a servant to us for good and a good servant of God?
Ooh.
Like, can you just correlate that for me?
Say that again.
Yes, sir. I'll say it again. So on one hand, you're saying that America is evil, wicked, abominable, Babylon the Great. But on the other hand, you're saying that America is basically for us for good. Like, look at verse 4. It says, "For he is the minister of God to thee for good." So you're basically saying if this is the government, you're saying that this supposedly wicked and evil nation that you talked about earlier, you're now saying that it's for us for good and that he's a good minister of God to us. That just doesn't correlate with, that doesn't rationally make sense, is what I would argue.
No, I don't see how you got that from what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that.
Well, sir, I think you, let me just clarify just to.
That's not what that passage is saying.
No, but sir, let me just explain. I went to Romans 13 and asked you if it's talking about the government. I don't believe it's talking about the government. It's talking about ministers over congregations in the whole context. But I was just going to press you, because if you do hold the position that this is the government, well then by verse 4, when it says that he's the minister of God to us for good, well then that means that you got to say that the U.S. government is a minister of God to us for good. Meanwhile, they allow all of these wicked and abominable things to take place that completely contradict God's laws and regulations. So it just seems like a hypocritical perspective.
Let me clarify what I said. You asked me that question, and the reason you asked me, basically, this started with you asking me about the camp, saying, should we obey the laws of the land and that kind of thing.
This don't say nothing about no damn government. It just say powers.
Right. That's the context it is. And I responded by saying that the reason, basically give you an understanding of the reason that we are subject to these governments. You mentioned this, but this has nothing to do with the context of that in particular. But that's the reason why I said that, because I was addressing you bringing that out. Now, this right here, this is something different. We were talking about the laws of America, the laws of the scripture, and that kind of thing. And I was just bringing clarity to that.
Wait, but sir, could you clarify how that's different though? If, just like, say for instance, if you read from verse 1 down to verse 4, it never changes the context. So the same he that is referenced in verse 4 would be the same powers from verse 1. So how could you say that we're just misrepresenting the context if reading it in context is talking about the same individual that you said represents the government? Well, which I'm saying it represents the minister.
I didn't say that this represents the government. You asked me about that.
Okay, so let's clarify for people listening though. When we go up to the top, when it says the higher powers, that's talking about the government from your perspective, correct?
This
No,
is
that's what you
speaking of
saying.
any. This is speaking
No,
of
that's not,
anybody.
sir. That's obviously not what I'm saying. You got to listen. I'm not
What?
saying that. I'm saying,
Hold on.
okay,
Nobody
yes,
said
sir.
anything about government but you.
Sir, I
So
don't know
if
if
you
you're paying
read, if
attention,
you,
but we in this
I am
conversation, I
reading.
asked the brother his understanding of the chapter, and he went in to explain how it is talking about obeying the government and laws of the land. I disagreed, so I gave a rebuttal going by verse 4. I mean, I don't know if you just weren't listening to the conversation, but that's what we talked about.
So let's bring this back. Let's bring this back.
Okay.
You're asking me based on this passage, what should we obey the laws of the land or should we obey the laws of the Most High? Is that
Yeah,
what
I'm asking your understanding of this because I don't believe that you have to obey the laws of the land according to the Bible. We see how many prophets and righteous men completely disregard the laws of the land. Like, say, for example, Daniel or the 7 brothers in 2nd Maccabees, the 7th chapter. But what I am holding you to, though, in this chapter, like most camps, including you guys, it seems like you're saying this chapter is talking about having to obey the government and whatever nation or country you're at. But my challenge to that, to prove it's not talking about the government at all, is in verse 4. It says, "For he is the minister of God, not only the minister of God, but to us for good." Well, the government's not a minister by definition. And 2, they're not to us for good. I mean, I don't see how any teacher could look at this wicked nation and say this is a minister to us for good when they promote everything that contradicts God's regulation and commandments. One bonus I'll throw on for you. If you read the book of Psalms, chapter 94 and verse 20, it says, "Shall the throne of iniquity have fellowship with them who make mischief by a law?" Right. So God doesn't have fellowship with those that create mischief by a law. Mike Shears.
Right. So just don't follow those things that are against the Most High.
Yeah, but
We
bro,
have
you're
those.
not
We have
paying
those
attention
options.
to what's being said, though. But it's saying right here that let's so I don't get confused. Is Romans 13 starting from the talking about the government or not? Just so I'm not confused with your standpoint.
This is talking about anybody that's in power, right? Now, what you're doing is you're trying to pin me down with what this nation is doing, and what I'm
I mean, we
saying
could
is
talk
that
about the Russians or the Chinese for an example. I'm just referencing America
right,
because notice you said America's mystery Babylon, this great evil nation, but then you'll
right.
sit here and say that they're a minister to us for good.
I never
That just
said
doesn't
that.
logically port.
I didn't say that.
Okay, but
I said,
sir,
okay, listen. Let me hold on. Let me say this. Let me say this.
yeah,
What
sure.
laws do you abide by in this nation? Do you abide by any laws in this nation?
Well, obviously, I have to abide by something, or I'll get in. I'll be
Like
punished and
what?
put in jail.
Like
But
what?
I'm not saying it. But
Like give me an
excuse me.
example. Give me an example.
Okay, like say for instance, like I got to go work in slavery at a job, and then the government will threaten to take my money if I don't give it to them. So I
So
have to give them
give
my
me a
money.
law. Give me a law.
Yeah, that's a law that you got to pay your taxes that you have to give the government. Is it not?
Okay, so Christ said that, right?
No, I disagree with your understanding of that. Like, say, for instance, if somebody took him a coin that was like a Chuck E. Cheese coin and they saw that rat on it, he'd say to give it back to him because his face was on it. So I think you
Right.
guys are looking a little bit too deep into it. But, sir, I'm just curious how you don't
Oh,
see
wait
the
a minute, wait a minute,
correlation with.
wait a minute. All right. So
Okay,
when they brought him the coin and it had Caesar's inscription on it, right?
right.
What did that represent?
They asked him, is it can we give tribute to Caesar or not? So he said, give me the coin. He looked at the coin, saw Caesar's face on it. So he said, oh, okay, give him what's his. Like, say, for instance, if I have like a coin that has like some celebrity's face on it, and if I was to bring that to Christ, he'd say, okay, well, look, is this Elon Musk's face on it? Yeah, we'll give it to him. It must be his then, since his face is
So
on it.
why would
So
you
that's
have it?
not,
So wait a
wait,
minute.
but
Why would
just let
you
me
have
finish.
it?
That's not
No.
justifying
Wait a minute.
taxing
Let me
people.
pick that apart. Let me pick that apart.
Okay,
If you have a Chuck E. Cheese coin, right? You
right.
have a coin and you sitting in front of Christ and you have a coin with Chuck E. Cheese face on it. Why would you have it if it's his?
Why would I have it? Well, perhaps
Yeah.
I went there and I happened to keep one as a souvenir, for an example. But the
Or
point
maybe you
is,
stole it, right? Maybe you stole it, right?
I mean, hell, if you want to say that, but the point is, Christ said, "Give it back to him," because his face is on it. Like hell, if my face was
No,
on a coin,
Christ said give it
he'd say,
back
"Give it back to me."
because that what? So what is tribute?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but the point is they
That's the
asked,
question.
"Can
What
we?"
is tribute?
Sir, I'm going to answer your question, but you need to give me a chance to respond. I would appreciate it.
I would
They asked, "Is
appreciate.
it?"
Hold on. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a
I'm
minute.
going to
Wait a
answer your
minute.
question.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Okay.
I would appreciate if you respect the man who's running this platform. All right. Now you brought that scripture out and you don't want to deal with the scripture because you understand what it is. You understand the difference between something that's law and something that's allowed. And you're mixing up the two. I'm asking you, what laws do you abide by in this nation? Do you abide by any laws in this nation?
Yeah, I'm saying obviously I do, but that doesn't make them right. I have to do that because if I don't, I'll be in trouble. Like say for instance, like people living back in the time of Nebuchadnezzar, they've had to obey what the king said, otherwise they'd be punished for that. Just like what happened to Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. That doesn't make the king's decree right, but that's what the people had to do. Otherwise, they would have been punished for that.
Okay, so if the king tells you you need to stop at the red light or the stop sign, do you abide by that?
I do, not because it's right, because if I don't, I'll get in trouble. Now,
So
sir, let me
wait a minute.
Okay.
So you don't stop at the stop sign because it's not right?
No, what I said is that I have to do that because if I don't abide by that, I could be put in jail.
So there's nothing right about stopping at the stop sign is what you're saying.
I mean, sure, but I mean, that's such a basic and childish example that you could give. Obviously, that's the reason that's in place.
It's the prime example. Because look
okay,
at your response. Look at your response.
Wait, hey, sir, just chill out for 1 second.
It's
If
a
the
prime
government,
example because
hey,
look
sir,
at your
can you
response.
just?
No, let me respond. Let me respond to what you said.
I can,
Right.
but you just said 5 different
wait a
points
minute.
and won't give
You
me a
said,
chance.
no. I just asked one question. You said you stop at the stop sign, not because it's right, but because if I don't, you'll get in trouble. Right. So you don't see anything right about stopping at the stop
but
sign.
sir, I didn't. If you listen to what I said, the word not because it's right. That word that never came out of my mouth. That's what you said.
Hold on. Wait a minute. Hold on.
Wait,
What did he just say?
Wait, hang on a second. Chill out 1 second. So,
What did he
before
just
you
say?
cut me off, I was gonna say that I think you're using a childish example. Obviously, these road regulations are put in place to keep people safe, but that's completely different compared to other regulations of the land. Like, say for an example, like
It's the regulation.
say for an example, in the future, in the near future, the government's going to make it mandatory to where you have to get like a digital ID, which the Bible would refer to that as the MOTB. But you're going to have to get that if you want to keep a job or make transactions. So I'm going to flip this on you now. So do we have to do that then? Because that's going to be the law of the land, according to the prophecy, that nobody could buy or sell except they had the MOTB and whatnot. So, or do we have to do that when the government tells us to, or not?
If you want to keep your job, yeah.
But would it, like, say for instance, like if someone in your camp did that, would you guys condemn him, or would you be understanding of why he took the MOTB?
He would be condemning himself.
But I'm saying, would you guys condemn him and kick him out because he's just trying to follow the law of the land? So would you guys condemn him or kick him out?
Let me say this first and foremost.
Well, I guess we could say your group then that you guys have here on YouTube.
If you know anything, this is what I'm talking about, right? When it comes to the laws of the Most High, we understand what the laws of the Most High says. The laws of the land that goes against the laws of the Most High, we disregard those laws. We don't obey those laws.
Okay, like say for one example, like in some states, if your child wanted to, be the opposite gender, like if your son wanted to come home and dress up like a girl and you disregard his request and, discipline him, in some states, they can consider that to be child abuse. So what do you guys have to say about that? Would you allow your child to dress up like a female if he chooses? Because your government tells you if you reject his claim,
I got a scripture
that
for
could
you.
be considered child abuse.
No,
Like, I don't know if y'all ever looked into that, but this is the truth.
no. No, we don't abide by that. And if push come to shove, move to a different state.
But let me get this straight. So your morality and what you live by.
Nobody's forcing you to allow your child to do anything like that.
Well, let's talk about
Exactly.
this. Like, how about, because you guys remember your statement was you couldn't really think of any law of the land that contradicts God's moral values, which I find that laughable, but let's just go by your reasoning. What about rainbow marriage? The Bible outright condemns that. Or what about the worship of other deities and gods? Hell, in America, you can literally worship the devil, but that doesn't go against God's law and commandments.
So are those against the laws of the Most High?
Yes, sir. But you said you couldn't think of anything that is of the law of the land that goes against God's laws.
Well,
20
I was
minutes ago in this
speaking
discussion.
of a moral sense in the terms of how this nation tries to mimic the Most High's commandments. That's what I was speaking of.
Well, let me ask you this: who was the
Yes,
law
sir.
given to? This is a cut right into it. Who was the law given to?
Well, in the Bible, the law was given to Israel, but we do see instances of other nations being able to commit sin. Like, let me give you an example. In Revelation, the 9th chapter, going down to the bottom, when it talks about, like, say, for instance, let's go to verse 20. It says, "And the rest of the men which were not killed by these plagues yet repented not of the works of their hands, that they should not worship devils of gold, of silver, and brass, and stone, and wood, neither can see, nor hear, nor walk. Neither repented they of their murders, nor of their sorceries, nor of their fornications, nor of their thefts." So, if you read this chapter, it seems that the other nations can commit sin. Would you agree going by this? It says they neither repented of the works of their hands. It goes into some of the things they did. So would you agree going by this that some other nations can commit sin?
If you understand the context of this is after the Most High has judged the nations and appointed his people rulers over the nations. So at that point,
sir, are you sure? Because it says at the top, it says the 5th angel sounded. So this is before the 7th angel, which Christ doesn't return until after the 7th angel sounds. So this is Revelation 9. So how could this? Go ahead.
These are plagues, right? Ain't these plagues? Ain't each angel sound off a plague, right?
wow.
So it's saying they have to repent it from the damn plagues, the judgment that's happening to them.
But I'm saying it says they haven't repented of the works of their. It hasn't. They says they haven't repented of the works of their hands. Is what it says in verse 20.
Meaning what? How does this prove that they had the law?
No, what I'm showing is there's universal laws in the Bible. Like, say for an example, like God would consider it to be a sin for a man of any nation to lay with a man. That's just a universal sin. Or I'll give another example. It's a universal sin to steal.
No, we're not going to go there. We're not going to do that. That law, what you just said, was strictly given to Israel.
Exactly.
Let's go there.
Okay, wait. Let me just to clarify, so I don't.
The Egyptians. Hold on. He said not to learn the ways of when we come out of the land of Egypt, not to learn their ways, not to uncover our father nakedness, not to lay down with beasts like y'all people do. I know you're a white guy.
And all that
not to sleep with animals. You know, y'all good with that. Y'all good with that.
These are the ways of the nation.
You know
he never listened. He never said he gave the nations the standard or his law. He said these are the ways of the nations. These are their ways.
Okay, but sir, just to address this real quick for me, if you don't mind. Is it true that it's a sin for other nations to steal from one another? Does God view that as wrong?
Yeah.
Okay, so you'd agree that it's a sin for them to steal?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so doesn't that mean they have some type of law then to follow?
The Bible says all unrighteousness is sin.
1 John chapter 3, verse 4, for sin is the transgression of God's law. If you agree the other nations committed a sin, you agree they have a law they follow, correct?
If sin is the transgression of the Most High's law, then that means Christ came to die for the sins of Israel. He came to die for their sins. So once
But so
again,
Yeah, it
all I'm
also
showing
says
is
show me the standard or law or universal law that in the Bible. Just show it to me.
right. There's not a verse that literally uses the word universal law, but as a scholar who's read the entire Bible multiple times, what I'm telling you is that we see these instances where the other nations go off and do things wrong, such as I'm showing you in Revelation 9. These other nations talked about how they didn't repent of the works of their hands. So
Right.
if we agree that, like say for instance, like Christ went around and told people repent of their sins. So repentance, if you're not committing sin, then there's no reason to repent, right? So these people are committing sin, right? With the work of their hands, they're committing sin. So verse 21, let's read it one more time. It says, neither repented they of their murders, nor of their sorceries, nor of their fornication, nor of their thefts. So like I'm saying, wouldn't we agree that God views that murder or fornication or theft as a sin to all nations of people, not just Israel?
Right. Right is right and wrong is wrong.
Exactly. So aren't you agreeing there's some type of universal code that God has for all nations, some type of universal code or guidelines? Wouldn't you agree then going by this text? And
No.
brothers, I don't know if you are familiar with Revelation, the 9th chapter, but the brother made it sound like this is after Christ comes back. But I want to clarify again for the audience.
No, I never
This
said
is
that.
chapter 9 out of Revelation. There's 22 chapters. And at verse 1, this is the 5th angel sounding out of 7. So the Christ didn't return yet at this point. Mike Sure.
I never said that. I never said that.
in that chapter, in that chapter, who are the plagues specifically for?
Who are the plagues specifically for? I know it talks about, well, let's see, there's multiple different instances being seen here. Let me see. Yeah, like look at this. This is verse 14. It says, let's go to verse 13. It says, and the 6th angel sounded, and I heard a voice from the 4 horns of the golden altar before God, which said to the 6th angel, which had the trumpet, loose the 4 angels which are bound in the great river Euphrates. And the 4 angels were loosed, which were prepared for an hour and a day and a month and a year to slay the 3rd part of men. So isn't this talking about the other nations then? Would you agree by the text?
Well, he asked you who are the plagues specifically for.
Well, in this particular one, it says I'll answer the question. It says right here in verse 15 that it's for the 3rd part of men. So perhaps this is not talking about on the Israelites, but I never claimed that it was directed towards Israel.
Right. So what you're reading about is the judgment or the plagues that the Most High is going to release on the nations once he brings his people into the wilderness. That's what you're reading about. This is prior to the time of Christ's return.
And all it's really saying is,
so just so I don't get mistaken, so you're saying,
hold on, real quick. Let me say this. All it's really saying in chapter 9 is, after all the angels sounded, they still didn't repent. That's all it's saying.
Did you just so I don't? Did you say after all the angels sounded? I didn't hear what you said.
Yeah, after these angels have sounded, basically it's reiterating and saying they did these sounds, but they didn't repent. They still didn't repent. So
meaning they didn't turn from their wickedness, you know.
Right.
So what I'm saying though is this is this is not all the angels though. This is it says like say for instance, going back up to what I brought, I believe it was verse 14. It said that the 6th angel sounded. So there's still one more angel that has to sound before Christ comes back. So this can't be after Christ returned and delivered his people. No, like look at this, verse 13. It says, and the 6th angel sounded.
Wait a minute. Let me stop you. You steadily harping on that point, and we just told you 3 or 4 times that we agree that this is not talking about after. Everything you're reading about is the judgments that's going to happen on the nations. Once the Most High gathers his people into the wilderness, he's going to release these plagues on the nations. This is prior to the time of Christ's return.
Okay, even with that notion, okay, now even with that notion, but real quick, just hear me out. Even with that notion, you still got to agree that these other nations can commit sin, because in verse 21 it says they haven't repented of their murders, their sorceries, their fornications, or their thefts.
Murders,
so these people still commit sin.
Right? Wait a minute. Murders, sorceries, fornications, and thefts, right? These are
Right.
all of these are all of the atrocities that the nations have committed against Israel.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm not in disagreement, but it says that they haven't repented, so they
So
still were
show
sin,
me the
though, right?
law.
And
Show me
that's
the
the point
law.
of contention.
Right.
That's the point
Meaning,
of disagreement.
just like America hasn't repented to this day. America won't acknowledge that
But
America.
they're a minister of God to us for good, though, right?
I don't know where you
My
That's
get
what
bad.
you
Go
keep
ahead and
saying.
continue, sir.
You
But
keep
Wait,
that's
saying
you said
that. You
what?
keep saying we saying that. You keep saying
Yeah,
that.
I mean,
yeah. I
bro,
mean, but see,
I
this
don't know
the
if
thing. This is the thing, Josiah. He did that. He tried
You
to
keep
sucker
saying that.
me into that Romans 13.
no,
But
but sir,
he
do
brought up
you
Romans
understand?
13.
Sir,
You
do you
brought up Romans
I know.
understand?
13.
Okay, but sir, let me just give me 5 seconds. Do you understand that when you read the chapter in context from verse 1, it's the same person being talked about in verse 4? So if you're saying verse 1 is talking about the government of any land, well, then by logic, you have to agree that verse 4 is talking about the government as well. I don't see how
Right.
you can logically disagree
Let
reading
me
in
ask you something.
context. The burden of
Do you,
proof is upon you, not me.
do you have a job?
Yes, sir. Do you have a job?
I do. I'm a black
Okay,
man with a job. Ain't that
what's the
something?
point of asking? It's not going to win you a debate.
I'm a black man with a
Mm.
job. Ain't that surprising? Right? We
Yeah,
don't
I mean,
have jobs.
but
We
how
don't
do
have fathers. All that
is
stuff.
it
The
raining in
reason I
Greenland
ask you
right
that.
now?
The
Like,
reason I
what does
ask
that
you that.
prove?
The reason I ask you that is because when you're on your job, do you follow all of the standards of your job? Do you follow what your employer tells you to do?
I do, but at any time I can leave if I choose. But did you know that you can't leave America without getting passports and government written consent for you to leave? So how are you free? But if the
on your
government got to
job,
give you permission to leave, so you're
on
not
your
allowed to
job,
leave
do
if
you
you
have
choose.
standards and laws that you follow on your job? I can leave America if I want to.
Now, sir, did you listen to what I said? I said
Like
yes,
some
you
jobs,
do, but
not every job, not
just
every
I'll
job
answer
you
your
can just
question.
leave.
I'll
You can't
answer your
just leave
question.
every job. You can't just up and leave every single job like that.
I'll answer your question. You do have guidelines you got to obey on your job, but when you rate the contract, you agree to abide by those, and you can up and leave at your choice if you give them a 2-week notice. But you can't leave
You
the
just cut
country
yourself.
without getting the government's written consent and visa passports to leave.
You
But
just
somehow
cut
you
yourself.
believe you're free in
Hey,
America? Excuse me,
okay. So
sir. What
what
did you say?
what contract did God make with the other nations about do this and you will get this? What covenant he
No,
make with any other
I
nation?
already addressed the question and said that God gave Israel his guidelines and commandments in Exodus the 20th chapter. But what I said is
So
God
what we
has
talking
a
about?
moral. Wait, just let me finish real quick. Just show me the respect to let me finish. God has a moral code of ethics that He holds all nations up to. Like, say, for instance, anywhere you go on earth, it's wrong to murder somebody. It's wrong to steal from somebody. It's wrong to lay with an animal. And these hold up to every nation that you go to. That's God's standard.
No,
Like,
it's
sorry,
not.
that's not just written to Israel there.
It's
If you
not.
disagree, so let me understand this. So it's not a sin for
Show it to
another
me.
nation.
No,
Okay.
it's not. It's countries right
No.
now where they lay with animals and they do that shit normally.
Yeah, but wait, but hold up.
And
But
they
isn't
don't get
Jesus
punished for it.
isn't
They don't get
Yahweh
no.
Shai
They
going to
don't get no
return to
punishment.
judge those nations though for doing that? So He's not okay with it. He's coming to bring wrath upon them
But
for living
he
wickedly,
You
never
just
right?
cut.
he
Hey,
never
hold on.
gave them a standard
You just cut
against it.
yourself.
How
Oh,
He
so?
you
never
just
gave
cut
them a
yourself.
standard
So
against it.
he just cut himself.
Go ahead.
You
Go
just
ahead,
said
Jay.
the Most
Instead of
High.
babbling
Listen.
off, go ahead and explain how so.
Hold on. Listen, you just said, okay, so the wicked is reserved for the day of punishment. That's why they're getting away with it. Don't you know that? See,
Wow.
He punished Israel right away, so we won't perish. See, y'all
Wow.
motherfucking ass
But
going
there's
straight to hell.
Israelites walking
You know that,
around right
Nathan?
now living in
You
sin
don't know
who are
that,
not
do
being
you?
punished.
You don't know that, do you?
All
Don't you know
No,
you was
Israel.
sir,
born for the sword?
I'm a scholar. I know what
Huh?
I'm talking about. Yes,
No.
sir.
You was born for the sword, so it's nothing you can do or don't do
Actually,
to
just
stop
to
you from
correct
having
you,
judgment.
just to
Don't you
correct
know
you,
that?
because you have a slow
Don't you
way
know
of
that?
thinking, but most camps actually believe that I'm an Issacharite, just to correct you, in case you didn't know.
Oh,
Most camps
We
would
want you
consider
to. We
me to
want
be
you
an
to believe.
Issacharite.
We want you to believe the
You
camp
believe?
that
Hold on.
you caught
You
with your
believe that?
pants down.
You believe that? You believe that?
I mean, going by my conversations with camps, I tell them I'm Mexican. They tell me, "Oh, well, you're a brother from the tribe of Issachar."
And
So
you
even
believe
going
that?
by most Israelite camps, they view me as an Israelite, just to correct the other dude on the panel.
So do you believe that?
I mean, yeah, I don't see any reason to not believe.
Let them believe it.
So wait a minute.
Let them believe it.
You believe that you are from the tribe of Issachar. How have you established that? How have you proven that?
Well, going by most camps, they break it down to you that it goes by the father's lineage on the side of the family, correct?
So where's your father from?
I've already talked to multiple camps about this. They have all concluded from my conversation that lineage is Mexican.
So your father's Hispanic.
Yes, going back on the father's side of the family, I'd be a Mexican. Yes, sir.
So that means hold on, wait a minute. That means your father is European.
Yep.
Wait, so let me understand it. So you guys wait, but just to clarify, so you guys disagree with all the camps about the 12 tribes chart? Yes or no?
I'm asking you a question right now.
Wait, but I'll answer.
Wait a minute,
sir,
wait a
I'll
minute.
answer your.
I'll answer your question. I will promise
Okay,
you.
yes,
I will
sir.
answer your question once we get through this.
Okay.
Your father is a European by blood.
Knew it.
I don't believe so. No, I told you my lineage. I'm from Mexico, from the father's side of the family, going back a few generations. You can take that or leave it. But now that I showed you the respect to answering your question, will you do the same? Now just hear me out for 5 seconds, and you'll completely understand what I'm saying. I'm asking you guys if you don't hold to the 12 tribes chart. That's all I'm asking.
But
I'm not done.
You came on here act like you was against the camps, but the camps told your ass that
Wait, sir. I never said that it was against them. Why do you keep lying on me? Like, ironically, you're the Israelite lying upon me.
So
Isn't that just hilarious? You're lying on me. Like, sorry, dude, but you're being.
The only part of what the camps teach that you believe is that you are an Israelite from the tribe of Issachar, right?
Yes, the 90% of One West camps teach that. Yes, sir.
And that's all you believe that they teach. And I'm asking you, how have you established it? How have you proven outside of what they told you that that's the truth?
Yeah, I've looked into what they say. Like I say, for instance, like I believe it's Ezra 259, where it talks about the pedigrees from the father's side of the family. So I looked into what they said, and that's the conclusion that I came to. So then, in response, they asked you guys if you disagree with the 12 tribes chart.
What I'm asking you is, how did you look into what they said? Did you what kind of research did you do?
Vampire looking.
What type of research I did? Well, I looked into my background. I mean, other than that, what do you suggest I do? What else is there that you can do? What would you say?
I mean, you're just being vague about your research. What did you find out?
No, I directly answered your question. That going back from generations. I go back to Mexico, going back multiple generations. That's all the information I need. Now you're asking me to go like thousands of years back, but then I have to flip the switch on you and ask, well, how do you know that's genuine? Going thousands of years back, if the government and Esau lied about everything, why do you accept their lineage information? Like, shouldn't you be a little bit more critical thinking when it comes to that, boy? Oh, and just by the way, do you guys believe in NASA, or do you guys believe they're lying to us?
Why are you so wait a minute, just let them make it.
Yeah, I did say that.
Wait a minute, let them make it. I'm trying to understand why you're trying to make assumptions and move ahead of me, and I'm asking a question.
Yeah, sir, I answered your question. If you want to press me on it, then I mean, I answered what you asked me. I mean, I don't know what else you want.
Do you have the respect to consider if I'm done questioning you or not?
I don't have a problem doing that, but the funny thing is, though, when I bring up a point, you guys want to quickly jump through it, but you want to hold me to a point for 20 minutes, though. I find that laughable. And by the way, that your boy on here literally lied on me, so he committed the sin on this live stream. But you're not going to call him out on that, right?
Hey, I can lie on heathens all day long. They tell us to kill you.
You can commit sin by lying. You can lie on me, but I can't lie on you.
I can lie on you and kill you. What's worse than kill on you?
Wait. You said you can lie and kill me? So if you murder me, it's not a sin?
No.
Wow, that's
The
crazy.
scriptures tell us
What
to
lie?
kill y'all.
I'm trying to understand you. What lie did he tell on
Talking
you?
about lying.
What lie you telling me? He just said something along the lines that I said something that I did not say in the stream, and I called him out on it, and he still insisted that I did
All right, let's
say
move
it.
on
Now,
to
the
another
exact
point.
word it was.
You don't
Go
know.
ahead.
You
Move
can't
on
know.
to
You don't
another
know.
point because you can't
What?
you can't
Yeah,
even be
Knucklehead, what are you
exact.
saying that I don't know? I held you on your toes with, like, say, for instance, you weren't ready for that Revelation 9 verse about the other nations
Okay,
committing sin. You weren't ready for that. I caught you off guard.
let's go to Revelations 9. Let's go to
I mean,
Revelation.
Hey, you got a lot of
we
patience,
went
Steve.
into depth on the we already went into depth on it, but he wasn't
Boy.
ready for that because he thought I was going to bring something else up. And you guys thought I was going to come on here with that John 3:16, Jesus loves everyone. You weren't ready for the smoke I was bringing your way tonight. You weren't ready for this.
Listen, man, we're being respectful, right? And I'm allowing you on the platform to say what you need to say.
Yeah,
All right,
but I'm
I want you
saying
to
I
understand
find
that.
it funny how other Christian platforms are more respectful than you guys are, but yet you guys criticize them as being disrespectful and that you can't just have a discussion with them. But yet they're more
Oh, you just
respectful than you
said.
guys are.
Wait a
You
minute.
just called.
You just
Listen,
called
you
me
just came
boy.
on here and showed many
Yeah,
forms of
I did call
disrespect.
you a boy. I could say something worse, but out of respect.
See, this is the thing.
But you an Israelite though.
This is the thing. No, he's not. He's
No,
not.
but you
Hold on.
said it's
This
okay for
Israelite
you to
called you.
murder me, but
He's
so
not.
he said it's okay for him to kill me, but if I call him a boy, he cries like a little girl. I mean, come on,
You
this is
said,
pathetic.
listen,
If you guys
That
represent the
was
house
after.
of
That was
Judah, this
after
is
that.
pathetic,
That was
man.
after that. You
Absolutely
said boy.
stupid.
You know that, right? You know that.
listen, man. This is why I wanted to end the live, bro.
I know.
This is why I
That's
wanted to
my
end the
fault.
live because this is the thing. They done told this dude he an Israelite, and now he really
That's what I'm saying.
believed
These
that.
fucking camps.
This is what I'm saying. This is why these
Camps,
camps are
man.
useless, man.
I
This is
promise
why
you,
the
bro.
camps
These
are
camps, bro.
useless.
Man.
The camps
Like
have
said,
done
did
a
I tell you that,
major
Camilla?
disservice to this awakening, and I'm saying
These
it.
fucking camps.
Every last one of the camps have done a major disservice to this awakening by allowing these heathen dogs, these dog-eating, donkey fucking people into the fold. Major disservice. This is what these people do.
Some damn Genesis. You see what Genesis did? You see
Come
what he
on,
said
man.
about Genesis? You see what he said
You
about
know,
Genesis, bro? Just
this
called
is
you. Just
pathetic,
y'all
man.
cut. He cut y'all. Damn asses, man.
It's pathetic. These people have sex with donkeys. That's their way of life. Hispanic males are the most child molesting people on the face of God's green earth. This is their way of life. And they want to come on here and include themselves into salvation. Show us where the Most High made a covenant with other nations. Show us where the Most High told any other nation, thou shalt not do this, thou shalt not do that.
Yep.
Clowns, man. Clowns. They have no respect. Boy, I'm not going to even say what I would do if this man was in my face. I'm not an internet thug. I'm not a thug at all. Like, come on, man. The camps. This the camp. I don't even blame him. It's the camp's fault.
Camps. I've been said it. The camps is fucking all.
Camps.
Matter of fact, the camps is making
Every last one
messing
of
on
them.
awakening up. Messing on awakening up. Make all they blend us all in with them motherfuckers.
Every last single one of them have done a major disservice.
Telling you.
We supposed to let this dog vomit all over the platform. Let me show this man something. If you are not an Israelite, you are not qualified to teach this Bible. If you are not of the Jews, the true people, you are not qualified to teach this Bible. This man believed what the camp said.
Yep.
They told him he's an Israelite, and they showed him it's by the lineage of your father.
Hey, Brother E, did you see how he came on here? He said, well, the camp said he made it seem like he was against, they was contradicting themselves. And then at the end, they told him he was a Mexican in Issachar.
That dude can go to hell. What advantage then hath the Jew, or what profit is there of the circumcision? Much every way, chiefly because that unto them were committed the oracles of Elohim. Unto the true people were committed the oracles of Elohim, right? Let me do something. Let me see something. This is why, man. I should have just ended the live. See? First Peter 4:11. First Peter 4:11. It says, if any man speak, let him speak as the oracles of Elohim. If any man minister, let him do it as of the ability which Elohim giveth, that Elohim in all things may be glorified through Yehoshua Mashiach, to whom the praise and dominion forever and ever. So if the oracles of God was committed to the true people, to the Jews, and it's telling you, if any man speak, let him speak as the oracles of God, who the hell should be speaking? If one verse is telling you that the oracles was committed to the Jews, what advantage then has a Jew? Chiefly because that unto him was committed the oracles of God, right? Chiefly because unto them were committed the oracles of God. To who? To the Jews and to those of the circumcision. But over here is telling you, if any man speak, let him speak as the oracles. Who should be speaking?
The people that who the oracles was committed to. That's common sense. You just read it.
So who is these fools on here coming on here talking about he Issachar?
Bring it home, Brother E.
When his forefathers, huh?
We'll go to Psalms 50 and 16.
Psalms,
50,
yeah.
Psalms 50 and 16.
See, that's the banger. See,
who
is this fool to believe that he from the tribe of Issachar when all you got to do is check your DNA and find out you got Neanderthal in your DNA? But you believe what the camp say.
16. Yep.
I love this to say, but unto the wicked, Elohim said, what hast thou to do to declare my statutes, or that thou shouldest take my covenant in thy mouth? Right? Who did he give the covenant to? Seeing thou hatest instruction and cast my words behind thee. Y'all got the covenant, but soon as we talk about the commandments, what they say? We don't have to keep the commandments because of Christ. So Christ came and took all the instructions away. That's why y'all lack understanding.
Yep. That nigga said he read it twice. Glad. He a scholar.
Scholar smaller, man. Scholar small. What good is a scholar like that? You're a worthless scholar.
White scholar at that. With
he a yellow scholar. He ain't white.
Fucking
he a
pale
he a
pink booty
scholar. Universal
skin
law.
Wearing man, fucking Texas Chainsaw face wearing ass. Come on, man.
Yep. Universal law. I asked him to show me a scripture that you don't even have to say those words. Just show me a scripture that alludes to the Most High giving the nations any instruction. Right? And he want to run to Revelations. Right? What was it, Revelations 9? Where it's talking about the plagues. Huh?
He cut himself when he went there.
Where it's talking about the plagues, right? All these plagues are on the nations. Right? And it's saying that that they didn't repent because repentance wasn't given to them. What are they repenting for? Like people read Revelations, they run to Revelations like they run to Paul's writings, as if this is supposed to, cover up and make us see all these nations coming to God and all this. I'm surprised he didn't go to what was that? Revelations 5 and Revelations 14.
And you know what?
Revelation 7. I'm surprised he didn't go to Revelation 7.
Verse 20 talks about the rest of the men that were not killed by this plague, yet repented not for the works of their hand. That's because the seventh trump is going to kill the rest of them.
They don't even understand this is what judgment this is.
Come on, man.
It's laughable. Yeah, it is. It really is. And it's going to be laughable when they realize who this judgment is coming for. Because I could have asked him, when do these plagues start? When do they start? They don't know that.
Here, take this up, bro.
All this leads up to Revelations 12. Y'all know that, right? And Revelations 12 is basically giving you the rundown of what's happening. The overall rundown of what you read prior to all of that. All this is happening when we're in the wilderness. The plagues on the nations. Anyway, man, we was talking about lust. We
were done anyway, man. Well, that was extra, man. That was extra.
Yeah.
That was my fault, y'all.
You said let them in, let them in. All right, man. I'm gonna listen to y'all, man. Especially at the end. I'm gonna listen to y'all.
You should have followed your first, man.
Yeah. It's cool. I ain't gotta work.
Well, it's been one, y'all.
Yep. Look, I bet you Kadar.
Hey, he missed the action.
Damn, I should have called him. But it's cool, man. And to anybody who come on here, I'm gonna just say this. As y'all can see, I don't mind giving the floor, but don't disrespect me. I'm gonna try my best not to overtalk you. But when I have a question, when I have something I need to address, don't try to outtalk me, man. I wouldn't do that to you on your platform. I wouldn't do that to anybody. I don't feel like what I have to say is more important, even though it is, especially if your ass is lying. It's up to you if you want to hear it or not. I got the valuable words of life. So that's how we need to look at it. The word of life is Christ, and he's inside of us. He dwells in us. So when we're in the presence of these ignorant people, we need to have that approach. I'm not going to let you dominate me and get your little rocks off and see, because that's all it is. You see his response, oh, I cooked you and I smoked you. You wasn't ready for the smoke. You a fat Mexican.
If that.
You a swine-eating Mexican.
Like a straight white boy, full blood.
You're a swine eater. That's why I tried to show him, basically showing him, you know, what you're doing is applying, you're including yourself in something that don't have nothing to do with you. You're talking about the laws of the land and this and that. You don't understand. Paul was dealing with a different context. And even now, in this land that we're in, we abide by the laws of the land. Right? Every day you worship a different God. By default. That's the standard of this nation. You work for their jobs and all of this. These people at the top are doing things that you don't even realize they're doing. We have to depend on them for our pay. All that's a form of worship. Is it not? When we serve the Most High, do we not receive a payment? Do we not receive payment? All that's included with worship. Before our worship, we receive blessing. We receive our payment. That's the basic principle of it. That's why he's separating us from this land. Said he was, it just said that's why from the jump I saw what he was doing. I saw what he was doing from the jump. That's why I made the distinguishment from the jump. And he still tried to come around and say that I'm saying that America is a great minister to us all. Nah, fool, that's what you said. I'm saying that we abide by the laws of the land. He tried to twist up the tax, didn't he? When he said, render unto Caesar what Caesar, that means that coin must have belonged to Caesar. Well, how the hell he end up with it?
He kept putting words in your mouth too, saying shit that you didn't say. You making an argument. That's manipulation, bro.
Stupid fool. George Washington. Listen, George Washington is on the front of the quarter. I'm looking at it. I got a quarter right now. George Washington on the front of this. Do that mean this is his? That mean this belongs to him? Well, how the hell I end up with it? Because it's a tax. That's what he was telling them. That's why they say tribute. You know how niggas are. And everybody always trying to get out of paying taxes. Look at Wesley Snipes.
See what happened to him?
They trying to use God to break the natural order of the earth that he set. And that's not what he came for. They was looking to be set free from Caesar. We tired of paying these taxes. We tired of being subject to whatever they trying to do. And that's why there were revolts all the time. That's really what 70 AD was about. You know how many revolts the Jews had against Rome prior to 70 AD? Niggas get too out of control. What they do, they send them folks in there. That's what that was all about. Yeah, render to Chuck E. Cheese was his. Chuck E. Cheese don't even use coins no more. They use cards.
It's cards. Yep. Use cards. And
I got a couple of them. What I need to do? Take them back.
Say it's much safer too. Much easier and all that.
I think I still got some credits on one of them.
If you don't use it, let me
Chuck E. Cheese right now and play me a round or two.
And I'll play that basketball game all day.
Yeah. And boy, you cannot hold
me all
boy.
Day. Huh? I love to see that.
You think you can hold me, bro?
Get you on the other side? Yeah.
I don't know, bro.
Yeah.
I know I get warmed
up.
I
beat the record every time. Every time I go, I beat the same. I beat my record.
The same record be seen. Like damn.
Every time I go back, it's mine.
They need to put a plaque in there. Yeah, man. But praise y'all, man. Y'all see how it can be. You know, we can argue with them or we can not. Y'all see where it leads to. You know what I mean? I try to keep it respectful, you know, but it always go left because of what they want to do. They want to ask you questions, drill you and interview you, and want to half-ass answer your questions.
And then control it.
Yeah.
Tell me how to. I can't stand white people. Can't stand them. They tell you how to talk.
Look at Run That Back. He said, I can be, man, come on.
Yeah.
Run That Back.
Get out of here.
Come on, man. You probably won't even hit 50.
Probably beat me on 2K.
2K, yeah, y'all got me on that.
Video games. I don't play the game that much no more. But in real life, I doubt it.
Which y'all never said give anything to Caesar, was said to be a god. I believe the point was you can't serve two masters. No, you can't.
That
was
a point.
And see, this the thing, that whole point right there, right? That's the situation we in now. That's the situation we in now as a people. Y'all realize that? So when you talk about laws of the land, right? The law is whenever you purchase something, you pay a tax. We abide by that law. Whenever you get a paycheck, you pay your income tax, or they take whatever taxes out. We abide by that. You can't even get a job unless you agree to sign up to do that. That's the standard of life that we live in. And so because of that, we are serving, just like Christ said, you're going to serve your enemies in hunger and in thirst and in want of all things. That's a part of it. That's a good
That's
point.
worship, ain't it?
Yeah.
And one of all things. That's a good ass point. Oh.
Yeah. Say the men of Judah are lost in this world. Yeah. Well, tell me something I don't know.
And that's why I said the gospel be hidden to them that's lost. That's how you know the gospel is only for us. So thank you.
I had a machine smoking. Brother T, a trip. For real, man.
Brother T, you can't be just dunking you gotta shoot it. You can't dunk it. You gotta shoot it.
He be trying to dunk it every time.
Every time, yeah.
Bro, T, this the real one, the one you can't reach over and grab the rim on it. This the one you got to shoot it.
Yeah, you got to shoot it. You can't.
Say the camps talk about the Hispanic and Native Americans are our people, which is nonsense. People are saying Ethiopia or the U.S. U.S. is our lands, which, yeah, I agree.
Too. You can't, because we can't say this is this. Yep.
Yeah, dude said Camp told him that he from the tribe of Issachar. And he can't even explain it. He just believed it. See, and that's why I asked him, what else do the camps teach that you believe? You believe that, but now you believe that, but you telling me all this stuff that they teaching is not right.
I like it. I like how the camps is deceiving them to thinking that they Israel so they can be surprised in the end. I like it at the end of the day.
It just proves you can't share nothing with these people. You know how many of these Mexicans been told they're Israelites, and then they'll turn around and start teaching that we not the people.
And ran your ass.
The real people.
And ran your ass. We Hamites.
We're not gonna stop believing the enemy, man.
Oh.
They tell you don't let your enemy get close to you because he's gonna try to get your spot. Silly ass camps, man. I don't care what nobody say. I've been saying, y'all know I've been saying the camps, man, whatever, you know. Y'all know I've been saying that.
You ever seen a Mexican in them camps teaching? They look shaky as hell.
Yeah. Frail
Very
ass
shaky.
dude standing there.
Teaching that.
Look,
Don't even sound
standing there looking
convincing.
yeah. Standing there
Shaky
looking
as
like
hell.
they arm are
Nah,
too heavy or something.
Or it take one of us come up looking like us and flinch at their ass and they lose their whole faith. Flinch out of their faith. I ain't an Israelite no more. Like I just flinched at you.
Nah.
Yep.
That's crazy, man. But anyway, all praise to y'all. Thank y'all once again. Make sure y'all subscribe. We on Resurrecting the Truth tonight. So subscribe and subscribe to TRR as well. You know, we're gonna keep doing this. And you know, we welcome everybody. You know what I'm saying? It's just it is what it is. You get out of line, then you gotta go.
Yep.
Because I really don't want to talk to you in the first place. I don't give a damn. So as far as I see it, when non-Israelites come on here, it's just for content. I'm telling y'all that now. Strictly for content. If y'all want to piranha away at them in the chat, feel free. But that's what it's for. It's not because I want to talk to them. Kadar said it earlier, man. That hit home when he said that. I'm surprised he even said that. Kadar, can y'all believe Kadar said, man, I don't even want to debate no more.
Mm-hmm. So I know it's the end. We at the end, bro. Kadar tired. You got
That's how
Kadar.
you know,
Kadar
man.
saying
Like,
debate. It's time to end. Yeah. Yep.
right. He said it's not our job to teach them. You ain't got to say nothing to him. I could have just said, yeah, man, you right. You're an Israelite. You know, you can go and be an Israelite. Just like Robert Callahan. You know, the Lord told him he an Israelite. But in any case, man, I'm going to go on and get off of here. It's late. I really should have been off of here, but all praise to the Most High. We'll see y'all on the next live. Shalom.